Alright. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. What's that, Kevin? You got something to add? Kevin. No, he meowed once and he's now under my desk. Okay, that's my knee. Yes, cat. Hi. This cat. Trying to start the stream. Kevin. Yes, you. This cat is being, even more cat than usual today. Don't know what to tell you. But anyway, was he realizing? Yeah, dude, X-Men. Anyway, Mr. Black Eye, how are you? Stuffed Beaver, Roddy, Cheeky, Reckless Monster, Varashi, J Games, J-Bridge, Dex, Shag, Pico, Rune, Stump, Brother Matt, Jester, Loading Screen, Viking, Doc. How's it going? Your streams always pull me through my afternoons of work. Appreciate it. Hey, I appreciate you being here. Always good to see you around, Cheeky. And I'm happy I can get you through a bit of a part of your day that can drag on. Speaking from experience there. Yeah. Shay, how are you? Priz, Conman, Fatal, Brendan. Love you, Father. Love you more, Matt. You get over here. Let me hug you and give you words of affirmation while I pat you on the back. Oh, that's a little saucy for this early in the day. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Tomorrow, DLC3. Looking forward to that. I've got lots of builds I want to get in place, so that I have them like at points where I know exactly what I'm farming for, right? Because the loot pool is about to get bigger, at least from the wheel. So I want to have, that's why I got my Dreadwind save up there. I haven't played it in a couple streams. Also, I want to farm for some clips to show people. I was helping out someone with a Dreadwind related issue earlier, and I didn't have clips handy, so I gotta make some. Other stuff. As the future top 0.0000001%, you know, Blight Caller main, I have a moral obligation to talk about how that class, even if it sucks, I have to play it, right? Like, I have to. I have to. There's no egg on my sausage and egg muffin? Okay, that's a war crime. Just straight up. That's illegal. Quadru who art and bright hope. Joey, how you doing? Obligated? Yeah. Something Quag Chad. Priz gets it. Oh yeah, Priz, if you haven't been able to catch it, Cheese has been really liking Remnant. And that's been fun to see. I woke up to watch Cheese play some Remnant a little bit early this morning, and it was worth it. It's good to see more people enjoying the game. I have a fucking cat hair in my eye, and I can't get it out. It's like, it's in there. Whatever, it'll get out. Spoke to him the other day, Madman started a nightmare. Yeah, he's looking into playing some survival and some APOC next. You love to see it. Anyway, alright, let's do the thing, chat. So yesterday, I was playing some of the new setup using Inflammation and stuff. Today, we're gonna head back over to Dreadwind. I haven't touched the save in a few days, so I definitely have stuff I need to put away. Greatest spell ever with double cooldown. Is that worth 15-second cooldown, 2 charges? What does this spell even do? I don't remember. It's just an eruption, right? Outrider's got a lot of hate on Steam reviews because server issues is that bad. Everything gets hate on Steam reviews, Mr. Black Guy, regardless of how good the thing is. Steam reviews are always a fucking cesspool. Outriders did have some server issues at launch, but they fixed the majority of those inside of like 2 weeks. You know, with multiplayer, it's still touch and go sometimes, but those issues are mostly resolved. And Outriders is fun gameplay. I do recommend it if you like a looter around build crafting and end game stuff. Yeah, Outriders could be fun for a bit. I'm looking forward to that expansion. I do plan on playing it. What's going on with my inventory here? I don't understand some of the things I have here. I don't need that. Oh, I got an upgrade for that. I can move some stuff around. Outriders phenomenal. Yeah, Shag likes it too. People still complaining now because people always complain. The game's fun. Yeah, Kinsbomb, how you doing? T-Honey, hope you're well. David, good to see you. Ladman, how you doing? Outriders expansion gonna have free-to-play on Game Pass, anyone know? That's a good question. I don't actually know. This is what I was looking for. Take both of these, actually. So I do collect purple greatswords for this build because for the purposes of Dreadwind, they're pretty much identical to Banshees, because the Banshee will only make a difference outside of Dreadwind. Otherwise, you regularly end up in situations where purples are better. I gotta roll Dreadwind Enchant on that one. Maybe I don't get rid of that yet until I do. So yeah. It is not coming to Game Pass. Thank you. Good to know. I did plan on just purchasing it, so it's fine for me, but... Oh, that was easy. Cool. 3 rolls. This enchant has been pretty kind to me on this character. It's not taken me more than like 6 rolls on any of the weapons. Now, I say this as I'm rolling another one in Tempting Fate, but oh well, it really do be like that sometimes. So I'll burn my moon orbs on this. Cool, that actually works out. Start looking at pyro builds and prep for DLC. I might start playing some techno for the DLC. That's one that I didn't have much of an interest for, but they showed some of the new stuff and it looks fun. So I'll have to consider that. All right, let's do it. Do some chill featured. Morning Control. How are you? You stream Outriders? Maybe. I've streamed Outriders a couple times. I don't really know what my plans are for streaming as of like next week, because we got a week of oh, game, you can handle it. There you go. We got a week before Outriders and Monster Hunter drop their updates, right? Exactly 1 week from tomorrow. And tomorrow we get DLC3 for this game. But we do get a new form for the boss each week for a few weeks in DLC3. So, like, I'm not sure what my timetable is going to be for fitting in this game and other games. At most, I'd change, like, 2 streams a week to be something else, I think. But, I don't know. I haven't really planned. I figure I'll wing it. I'll probably play a little bit of Outriders off-stream once the expansion drops and decide if I want to make stream content out of that. It's the most likely outcome. Crystals over under? I mean, for featured, I guess. Okay. There we go. Prediction. Lure could look in the grind. Thanks, Wales. Enjoy your lure. I hope we get some sleep. I can't speak. I hope you get some sleep today. Hope they give us little tidbits about the Blight Caller each week to launch. Yeah, that'd be nice. Build the suspense, build the hype. I'd love to see that. Do you enjoy? I'll be here for the math. I appreciate that. Can I do bunny on this setup? Yeah, let's not. Wonder if they'll have a new mechanic for gear in this DLC, like soaked in oil. Maybe something with poison. I think that poison might, like, fit more with the fourth one, right? Because we're not getting Blight Caller until DLC 4. So if they did a poison thing, I feel like it would be then. That was rude. Featured or extended? This is featured. I'm gonna take some curses, as always. Bulwark buddies? You know what? Fuck it. Take bulwark buddies. Air operation. How you doing? Seconds too late. You redeemed for the prediction and then couldn't make it. Oof. Hey kitty, how you doing? Spore Warden deserves poison love? Why? It's in the name? It's not Poison Warden. What do you mean? Spore, fungus, death? I mean... It literally has a mushroom. I think that's in line with the naming convention. People eat mushrooms, no death included? Yeah, that too. Or you see the community complain about the male-only mimics for the community feature? Yeah, there's gonna be people who get mad about it, despite the fact that it's literally what the community asked for. But like, oh well. It'll be funny speedrunning that one. I'm probably gonna mostly use my Ghostblade build for that week, because, you know, melee from range, and it's good against drill. The boss is drill, keep that in mind. So, there's going to be a lot of people who have builds that can deal with the boss, but not the mimics. And then there's going to be a lot of people who have builds that can deal with the mimics, but not the boss. Hey Glorzo, how you doing? Heard some people are worried that Blight will just be another dot class to Parastavo, which is the big meta now. I wouldn't call that meta, really. Like, meta is not really a definable thing with how the the lands community approaches it, because you'll have people claim something as meta, and they're not theory crafters. They don't know, like, the math behind it, so meta is supposed to be like this absolute peak, right? Most effective tactic available, or whatever it stands for. So, like, it's never been accurately used in the land scene. So I wouldn't worry about meta, really. What? It's hard to know what direction they're gonna take with Blightcaller. It might end up being dot stuff. And there's a bit of justified concern over, hey, elemental themed characters, maybe can we stop doing that? But I'm still cautiously optimistic. I'm still optimistic. On God's Green Earth, does the community pick Dro? Why not? Yeah. I don't understand. I voted for Dro. We were worried LeChance was going to win for a bit. Luckily, Drill pulled ahead. Meta also has a weird relationship between what people find easy to compile versus what's optimal. Lance community especially has no idea which is which. Right. Like, meta, if you were to quantify a meta in let's say, Borderlands 3, it's Lucky 7. It is literally just Lucky 7, unless you were talking specific activities. If you were to go with, hey, what's the best at most things in the game? It's Lucky 7. But, is Lucky 7 even remotely popular in that game? No. They're different things. People will conflate popularity with being meta. That's not the case. Okay, that Bulwark Buddy being in the wall, that's toxic. Or someone say they might give Poison some love. I mean, does Poison need anything? Here's the thing. Element matching. Like, Poison isn't bad, it's just there's not that many armored enemies, so there's not as many use cases to match with it. It doesn't need love. It's a good element in its own right. And it's got unique interactions associated with it. I wouldn't say the Poison element needs love, personally. Hey, Pup T, thank you for taking care of CZ. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're both doing well. I heard meta all the time, just assumed it was a gaming term for what's used the most often. Thank you for the knowledge. Hey, my pleasure, Ladman, and thank you for the 50 bits. Yeah, it's most effective tactic available, I believe is the acronym. And LANs players have never used that term correctly. So I had stuff in my inventory go missing the other day. Shadowfire, my new Bereaver, just wasn't there when I signed in. There's no way to soul drop it. That's the only missing item. Do you use cloud saves by any chance, Roddy? Hey, Kyler. How are you? Why does internet do anything for the memes? Had given the Quag chat emote. Had to go to an appointment, but wanted to give a lurk. Here's a reminder if you need it. Hope things go well. Thank you, Pup T. Thank you. And sharing the gift of Quag chat. See, Kevin approves too. And I did do the thing. Thank you. Pup T gifting her all. This is just one of the huge DPS checks in the game. Figured the community would have picked something that didn't have shield regen after dealing with Blaster this week. So here's the thing though. Like, if you just constantly avoid the very few challenging things to learn in the game. Hey Ryushiki, how you doing? You never, like, you're just kicking the can down the road. You are not solving the problem. So, like, if instead of figuring out how to deal with the likes of Wastard and Drill, which once you get the mechanics of them down are easy bosses, Wastard especially is one of the easiest bosses in the game. It's just, there is a hill to get over before you get to that easy part. If you just constantly avoid it instead of learning, you are never going to know how to do it. Like, it just seems like, why wouldn't you try to learn from my perspective, anyway. Something I heard, of course, considering Stabo and Spore have poison specific enchants, and there's a Pandemisium, confirming the rumors pervasive in association with upcoming patch new class. Yeah, it is something that I've heard around as well, Rohit. How long took you to get to Chaos 35? On one character? I mean, from Chaos 20, when Chaos 35 came out, it took me like an hour and a half, something like that. From Chaos 0, I don't know that length of time. Old school Strafer Wastard? Yeah. That's a very good tip, actually. He's got one attack that has range, and it's very slow. It has difficulty actually hitting you. You can just strafe it. And for everything else, has very easy counters. Hey Irish, how you doing? Are we gonna stop Drill from recharging shield in phase 2, or is it just deal damage? Just deal damage. Just deal damage. The big thing that makes people think Drill is tankier than he is the resists. Phase 2 Drill is, yeah, the shields are the main target, but he resists lightning. So, like, that can be, if you're only using one element, that can be problematic. And then phase 3, he resists fire, and has a flesh health bar. So I feel like that's what trips people up the most. This bulwark buddy being in the wall is toxic. Using Buffmeister? No, this is a fortifying sigil. I do not personally care for Buffmeister, and outside of very special occasions, I do not use it. I find it makes the game way too easy, and doesn't require any build thought at all. Considering I played these games to think about builds, that would kind of take the fun out of it for me. All the fun. Your new feature is Drill? Yes. Drill, all mimics, and, like, mostly Bright Hoof rooms. It's kind of a meme. And Ribula. The thing I will say is trying to beat those bosses with a dot build takes a good build, specific chance, and luck. It's not easy but doable. Direct damage builds better with more crit IMO over dot damage. That's not how it works. Dots can crit too. I wouldn't really agree with that. Now, there's some bosses that can't be dotted at all in certain ways, so that could maybe be affecting your perception of that. Like, example, if you don't have something uniquely suited to dealing with the birds on Wastard, you can't dot those. So if you don't have damage and you do have dots, you have to have a hard counter available. Well, since I played this game, anything I should know? Last time I played this game up to date was DLC 1. Well, DLC 2 is out, and we're getting DLC 3 tomorrow at 10. So there's more content for you to look at. There's more gear for you to keep in mind. There's been weekly balance changes as well. They revealed the name of the 7th class we'll be getting with DLC 4. It is called the Blight Caller. We know that it's got some stuff to do with poison, and that's still mostly all we've got currently. Steam release of the game is tomorrow, and there will be a sale for it as well. Going to buy Steam version? No, I have no reason to. And if I had to pick a preferred platform, Epic Games Store doesn't shut down every Tuesday, so I'll keep playing on this one. I have no reason to switch. Barbaload's PLC 2? Yes. Hero stats you got maxed out? I run On this build, max crit damage, max crit chance, rest in constitution with a couple points in spell cooldown. Yuck, pixies feel weird. Roddy did not say pixies. Roddy said any chuck gun. Pixies is one of the, like, 7 different chuck types. Like, any chuck. Could be a lightning bolt, could be a hydra, could be a bouncy, could just be an impact. Could be a shrike. Any chuck gun, or any Stoker underbarrel. Word band for chat. It's good to have critical chance for a companion build. Depends on what kind of crit chance. So, like, the stat companion crit chance only applies to, like, these companions. The mushroom, the wyvern, and the demi-lich. And it's not really very impactful. So, in that case, no. But if you're doing, like, gun companions, then yeah, the appropriate crit chance can be good. We're gonna have all the new gear in the first form? I don't know, Rohith. I do not know. Looking at switching to Salt and Battery, Melee Crossbolt, Skulldugger Pistol, and Barb Load for post-Livewire change. Good plan, good plan. I forgot my crossbolts. That's what I forgot. Okay, see, this is a great example. The way this build works with my regular melee attacks, I do not have the damage to beat through the Spectral Aegis, so I'm gonna let it heal for a bit. And you've got options here. See, I've got this Furior. It's got a chuck. Direct impacting the bird with any Furior chuck insta-kills it. So if you do not have the damage to meet the DPS check, to kill the bird without him killing you, him being the boss, you can just literally any Furior. Any level, any rarity, any delivery method, just do that. Any Stoker underbarrel accomplishes the same thing. Which Skulldugger has the highest melee bonus? This is a Rapscallion, and it has 40%. I want to say I've seen one of the other types of the 40%, but 40% is the highest. Scalawag is the one that has the crossbolts and a 25 blade, but Rapscallion is the one that has 40%. Pixie and Hydra companions. So those would go off of your spell crit chance, John Wick. And spell crit chance is very easy to stack. Very easy to get. And fear not pixies are spell crit chance. There's whatnot pixies or whatnot that are gun damage, but yeah. What if we got some different mobs for this next mirror? Maybe. That'd be nice. So that is 12k crystals. I didn't expect it 20k with the featured, but there you go. Like new enemies instead of recycled reskins. I don't really care, as long as it plays differently, you know? High value function over form. personally. Alright, let's hit melee weapons here. Huge stonks. My hero stats should be spell cooldown, ability cooldown, critical hit damage. I mean, I don't know your build, John Wick, so, like, I can't tell you that. Your stats should be what is appropriate for your build. Open the Stab-O-Matics, more down the lines of unique Scalawag and non-automatic face puncher. Yeah, here's hoping. Fatal. Here's hoping. Pistol gives 40% melee. Is that factored differently in the formula than melee boost from enchants? No. It is just regular old melee damage. In this particular instance. Quagium. Listen, Dex. Let us hope. Got a nice Lightning Hydra gun on my Bereaver. I think I'm fully on the Lightning top element. I know best isn't really a thing. Yeah, like, I don't believe in best element either, but if you were to label an element as all-purpose in this game, Lightning would be what I would pick. Yeah. Because it's got the strongest beneficial matchup. In terms of its weak matchup, that's against the least common health bar type in the game. It benefits from Soaked. It has skill synergies and good element locked items, such as Arc Torrents and Skeet Prods, and the skill synergies being Awe, for example. Lightning's just a good element. When the prediction gets to 6.9k points, nice. Lightning for real though, and then Frost a close second? No, Frost is the second worst all-purpose element in this game. The only element that's worse for all-purpose use than Frost is Dark Magic. Earlier you asked if I was using cloud saves. I'm not sure why do you ask. Because these games have a long history of, if you have cloud saves on, sometimes it will overwrite your local save, which will be more up-to-date, with an out-of-date cloud save. So I do recommend turning off cloud saves when playing these games. Really explain? I actually want to learn? Okay, so here, let me pull up something for that. 1 second. We'll use a visual aid here. Yeah, Quag graph. Okay, so, elemental table. This is Felicia's graph. She did a great job, as always. Look at this graph. Hit the enchantment, then you do something about that. Could you be more specific, John Wick? I don't know what you mean. Enchantments are the least impactful part of your entire build in this game. So, like, if you don't like them, you can just not pay attention to them. So, non-elemental is neutral to all health bar types. The trade-off for this is that it does not get elemental damage, so you can't put that multiplier in. Fire is beneficial against flesh, 125%, and the worst matchup for fire is against bone. Poison, positive against armor, negative against wards. Lightning, extremely positive against wards, negative against armor. Frost is negative against flesh and slightly positive against bone, whereas Dark Magic is negative against everything. Now, the most common health bar types in this game, in order of most common to least common, are flesh, bone, wards, armor. In that order. Flesh, bone, wards, armor. So, Frost has the most favorable matchup against the second most common bar type, but look at the actual bone enemies you fight. Outside of a couple crabs, none of them are tanky. You have Gloop is the least threatening and easiest to capitalize against of the raid bosses. In terms of other bosses that have bone health bars, it's like Parasite Phase 2 Wastard, um, Phase 1 Nightmare. I'm struggling to think of more. It's non-threats. Flesh is the most common. Bernadette. Bernadette is one. Imelda 4. Okay, Bernadette and Imelda 4. Lachance is super bone tanky. So you have Frost against Flesh. Now, Flesh is extremely common. Most enemies you fight have a Flesh health bar somewhere. In one of their bars, one of their phases, and most basic enemies as well. Some of the tankier bosses are Flesh health bars. Celissa has a Flesh health bar. Wastard has a Flesh health bar. Drill has multiple Flesh health bars. Dragonlord has a Flesh health bar. Banshee is only a Flesh health bar. Most forms of Imelda and Chums, primarily Flesh health bars. Flesh health bars are very common. So, against all of those, Frost is the worst element, because if you play on Intense, as I do, it's 70%, which is weaker than Dark Magic. Now, that only pulls ahead with Frost-specific interactions, such as freezing things for Icebreaker and the likes of Soaked. But guess what else gets Soaked? Lightning. And Lightning's only 5% penalty against Flesh. Whereas Lightning has the most favorable matchup out of all element matchups. You see these four? Lightning is 175, Cryo is 115. So, like, if you were to compare these two elements in a vacuum, Frost does not win. Now, the cases where Frost would win are against bone health bars, and for things that you do not have the choice to choose different elements. For example, Ice Spikes are always Frost. So, Ice Spikes are good because they're Ice Spikes, not because they're Frost. At the end of the day, element matching is always going to be the play. This is only undermined by enemy resistances or things being element locked. Obviously, you are always taking that penalty with, say, a Gluttony or a Ruby Spite, but those guns are good, so you don't care. But matching elements in lands games is important. But if you're not going to, Lightning is the best all-purpose because it's got the most favorable matchup and the least relevant penalty. Fire is next because it's got the most favorable matchup against the most common health bar type. The penalty against Bone isn't ideal, but this is why you don't commit to one element. And then Poison is most favorable against Armor, least favorable against Wards, but it is close to neutral against Flesh and Bone, which are more common. So it has that in common with Lightning. Armor's not as common as other things, so that'll be relevant less. That's why you don't see Poison used much, but it's still the play against armored enemies, like Phase 1 Nightmare, Vorkanar, Dragonlord has an armor phase, Chums 3 and 4 have an armor phase, Zomboss has armor, Bunny is armored. Been wondering if Dark Magic consider elemental damage? It is. It is an element. Why is Lightning so high? Still a holder from BL3? Balance factor. Balance factor. To encourage the elemental rock, paper, scissors. Urban Mech. Lightning Shock has always had a higher bonus than others. They completely redid the elemental values for this game, but they kept that. Dark Magic should be 95%. It's too weak. It's not, though. And 95% would eliminate the fact that Dark Magic is designed to be weaker than other elements. Putting it to the same value as neutral matchups for other elements removes the weakness. No. Saving up points for a whole series of tweets, 24-hour suffer stream is way more bong for my buck. It's a life leech element. Yeah. And it has no significant penalties. If you play on Intense, Dark Magic is better than using a penalized element. So you see this diagonal here, where it's 70%, 70%, 70%, 70%. If you're using any of those matchups, so that's Fire on Bone, Poison on Ward, Lightning on Armor, and Frost on Flesh, if you're doing any of those and Soaked isn't in the equation, then dark magic is better. But the trade-off is that if you are element matching, dark magic is always the worst element because it does not have a favorable matchup. This is balanced by the fact that it does have that healing, kind of. How'd you feel if they added another soak of different elements? I don't think it's necessary. I think that would also take away from the uniqueness of soaked itself. Not a good haul this time. Oh well. Lightning has a strong start and damage doesn't last as long as that, right? In terms of the status effects, yeah, each of them are a little different. I wonder if it still mentions that on the screen here. Yeah, okay. Lightning status effect only lasts 2 seconds, whereas it doesn't say for poison. Fire is 5 seconds. So yeah, they have different different durations and such. Beat the story last night. Lightning Hydra is still in struggle against Dragon Lord, especially when I have my Hydra Sigil. Let's go. Thanks again. You're very welcome. Duration for Dark Magic. If it shows it. Yeah, let me check. Does not show it, so I don't actually know. Thank you for testing. All of them are 5 seconds. Thank you. Is that including lightning? Is that just a holdover from previous games? Or is that the one exception? Because they've done it both ways in previous games. Played in previous games, I always say an element did more damage for particular armor type, just not aware of the actual numbers. Yeah, they show it in the inspect screen. You go details, shows you your matchups. Morning, Rager. How you doing? Have you done any testing with oil and spice? How much does the oil amplify fire damage? Pulling a number out of my butt from the depths of my memory is something like 4 times damage. I think Dex knows, actually. That's all. I'm imagining accurate cards. Yeah, imagine. So yeah, the lightning thing lies to you. So that particular difference with elements is a holdover from previous games. Just like how Moon Orbs say to take them to Crazy Earl on Sanctuary. Some things didn't get updated. But that's good to know. I want to say oil and spice is like 4 times mult. In terms of have I done anything with it? No, not yet, Rager. I do happen to have a primordial one, but I've never used it. My only experience with oil and spice was on like day 1 of DLC2, and I didn't really do anything with it. I've heard you can do good things with the puddle, and it works on any fire projectile. Like, it has to have a projectile to ignite the puddle, but it'll work on it. Does the Carouser work? The Carouser messes with enemy aggro when you shoot them. It temporarily makes the enemy you shoot less likely to target you. Additionally, it just does a metric ass ton of damage. And applies long duration crossbolts. And keep in mind, a crossbolt barrel black powder sniper rifle has the best crit damage formula of any gun in the entire game. Because it's like 5 different categories of crit damage. It's kind of crazy. weapon you were just talking about being that good? Carouser? How about Envy? Envy's okay. It doesn't have that crossbow barrel, so it doesn't have a few of the strengths that the Carouser does. It's more of a mobbing gun. Whereas Carouser can just kind of do it all. What? I was hitting the button! I was trying to save Fire Friend. That was so rude. It's right there next to Cubic fucked up. Yeah, Carouser is a bit of an interesting case. It's one of those things that got constantly downplayed by people who don't use it. So it's gotten buffed twice. And it's just, like, ridiculously good now. Oh, elite rooms are tanky. Oh no, Fireprint didn't actually revive me there. Or, Fireprint. Fucking Mushroom Print. I'm projecting. Pan. I do need a new pan. Morning, Glass in my Ash. How you doing today? It's cast iron. Just clean the old one. So, a pan with a spellcast enchant is a cast iron. Just like straight up. Nothing to do to help Vlad Guns of Wonderlands. What do you mean Vlad? Do you mean Stoker? I'm not that pedantic. Just damage. The manufacturer just doesn't have damage. You don't need to touch Stoker launchers, because those are actually great. But for the most part, what Stoker guns lack is just base damage. There's a couple that are fine already, like Bread Slicers got damage, double-barreled pistols have damage. But like, the manufacturer just doesn't have high damage numbers. That was bad. You liked it. Don't lie. My jokes are the best and never bad. Jacob's calling this game Black Powder. Trying to get the auto magic buff. I mean, an auto magic buff wouldn't really do much, Daybridge. It would take it from mobbing efficiently to mobbing efficiently. And they could always exclude certain things. Like, I did specifically say that pistols are fine. Like, Queen's Cry, Auto Magic, and double-barreled Stoker pistols are fine. They don't need any attention, so, like, they don't have to buff pistols. I'd say Stoker ARs, with the exception of the Bread Slicer, are kind of awful. And Stoker sniper rifles, now that the Sawmill has been nerfed, are not good. Drill's Fury's okay, but not in a position where a buff would be bad for the game. Yeah, playing Dreadwind on all elites, the enemy damage does add up. It's part of why I like running Spore, because I get all this free time while the mushroom's reviving me to just do more damage. Hey, Medigeek, thank you so much. 20 months. Thank you. Happy get to actually attend stream again for the next bit, missed being here. Missed having you. I hope things are going well for you. Good to have you back. There it goes.
I am so happy I get to actually attend stream again for the next bit. Missed being here, Cozy.
Thank you again, Manigeek. I appreciate it. No theming, huh? What do you mean, dead man walking? Oh, you okay, Wonderlands? You okay? You handle the crunch? The crunchiness of Amnesia sounds, and Bad Egg sounds, and Dreadwind sounds. Got a times 2 Donkey, does pretty good work. Donkey's actually pretty good. I don't think Donkey needs much. Just giving it the ability to get enchants would actually be enough for that. Donkey's another decent one, yeah. There. That was the era of Quag Chad. True. True and real. It's one of my favorites in a long time too, Manicky. Felicia did an excellent job, as always. No, Rabbit. Please stop. How you doing? Let them leave Livewire melee interaction leads to what sounds like a new face puncher is going to DLC3. Don't quote me on that. No. Why would they... No. Why would they leave the Livewire interaction when it is literally trivializing the entire game on a scale that prompted them to tell us they were going to change it a month in advance? There is absolutely zero reason to not change the Livewire. What is Livewire? I did say Livewire. Livewire is an SMG that when you hold it, every other melee hit you make with your melee weapon creates a chain that deals melee damage between you and other nearby enemies, and it is so ludicrously powerful that it is able to one-shot every boss in the game with enough investment behind it, to the point where the melee weapon you're using doesn't even matter anymore. It is utterly insane, and it is so bonkers that Gearbox told us a month in advance that they viewed it as problematic and told us what they envisioned for the item. It's a cheat code. Yeah. Melee hit for thousands of damage to chain for millions on Livewire, that's how bad it is? Yes. Irish, you are correct. And note that I am playing a melee build right now that does not use Livewire, so you do not need it. Any perceived dependence on Livewire is you choosing not to use other things. It's as simple as that. Think the Livewire is that bad? I just want a viable melee build. Have you been looking at the screen? All I've played the last week are melee builds, with a side of dot builds. But, like, there's plenty of stuff you can do with melee in this game. Once again, if you believe that melee requires the Livewire, you are not trying. It's that simple. What interactions make Livewire nuts? It is melee damage. Livewire also gets scaling based off of the number of bullets remaining in the mag. So if you shoot it down to one bullet, it gets like max bonus. But Livewire chains being melee damage means that they double dip melee because the damage is based in part off of the melee damage that you dealt. P.S. I don't have an OP Livewire build, so you, someone who doesn't use the item and also doesn't know how the item works, are complaining that the builds that don't have the item aren't viable. Are you sure that's just not your build needing help? It's a double dip. So you know why Blast Chill and Blast Gasp and Double Knot are so strong? Because they double dip, and Spore Fuse double dips. Well, Livewire does that with melee. More Barbara? Gonna do some more Barbara, son. Doing Dreadwind right now. I missed Soaked. I didn't have Soaked on him. Sorry I'm late. You're never late, Twist. You are exactly on time. How you doing? Do use it, it's just not an OP build, then you haven't built into it. You not performing with the Livewire does not change the fact that the Livewire is capable of too much. That means that if they change it, you will not be affected at all because you're not even using it well. Like, this idea that raining in overpowered things hurts the people who aren't seeing overpowered results, it doesn't make sense, because it means it won't affect you. It's like, let's say you let's say you can drink an entire 2 bottles of water at once, right? You can drink 2. And then they put a cap for the number of water bottles you're allowed to buy at 3. That doesn't affect you if you can drink 2. Like, it doesn't affect you. Lowering the ceiling does not affect you if you are not close to that ceiling. It is literally not relevant. So you joined at the right time, school's in session. Hey, Dragon Stash, how you doing? Had a good idea for ranged melee weapon type outside of Ghostblade Javelins. You have a quiver of Javelins. Some roll with ricochet parts, with legendary ones spawning Novas, unhit, powerful homing ricochets. That sounds like a lot of fun stuff. I never thought about that, but javelin throwing? That's my jam. That sounds fun. Quark must be thirsty. Always. Always. Made it myself, and it's more all around. It's Clawstalker. Okay, Clawstalker is fully capable of hitting the peak of Livewire stuff, and I make all my builds myself as well. In fact, I don't care about the crystals in that run. We need to establish something. A wizard is never late, Quago Baggins. He arrives precisely when he means to. Okay, so do I even have one on the save? I don't keep the Livewire around because it's silly. We might have to do a run to get one so I can illustrate this point if I don't have one in my bank. Morning, Beesneeze. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, I do have one here. Beautiful. It's even a 35 mag. That's gross. So, I'm gonna shoot this Livewire down to 1. Cool. We're gonna leave that there. Featured run. Let's go in. I will show you the difference between me meleeing while holding a weapon that literally boosts melee damage, and the difference between that and holding a Livewire. If they nerf the things or people exploiters and new players, it doesn't. I just explained why that's not the case. Lowering the ceiling does not affect people who are not at that ceiling. It is that simple. It's to the point where you can make the change, and people not experiencing the peak of that power would not know the difference. Okay. That is 2 hits without Livewire. Pretty respectable because of the dots I had going, right? Pretty respectable. Now, let's run around with a Livewire for a minute. We just need a sufficiently tanky enemy. I like the Javelin idea because it keeps range melee in the melee slot, doesn't lead to any damn face punchers. Right. That's why something like the Ragnarok, I think, could use a buff, because it could fill the role of being ranged melee without, as you said, being a face puncher. Goblin saw the Livewire come out and was like, nope, you die the trap. Okay, you see, that was Livewire one-shotting that enemy that resists lightning. Just by me having it in my hand. You see how fast? That was a 180k dot tick from me casually punching an enemy one time. Like, Livewire doesn't need to do this. This is with none of my relevant buffs active. I do not have my Ghost Blade on. I was apparently killing enemies over there. Cool. Like, Livewire is indefensible. It's just, that's how it is. I'm already sick of using that, so we're just not going to. Nice barrel. Untested positive for COVID. Hoping appointment for my back comes on the 10 days. Next 10 days? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. We do see my pixie last one. And this applies in general to anything that is overperforming. Let's get into that, because it's a good discussion topic. So, if something is so ridiculously powerful that it even becomes a conversation of whether it needs to be reduced or not, keep in mind that reducing the power of that thing, as long as you are not killing the item, does not affect the average player's usage of it. Good example of this. Catatumbo received about a 6% damage nerf early in the game's life. It is not noticeable at all. In fact, it's so minor that you could have just not told anyone about it, and most players would never have noticed, because things that are designed to lower the damage ceiling do not affect the average player. And even players who are close to that ceiling often have to be told about it. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Earlier I was asked if you played random followers. I'm very clearly playing solo at the moment. I enjoy playing this game solo, so I can do things like pause and talk to you guys. And so I can showcase my builds without having to wait for other people. Hey Pathy, how you doing? And if you're paying attention to the run, this idea that, you know, you need live wire to be melee viable. This is a melee build, by the way. This is even a Clawstalker. You name dropped Clawstalker. Oh, this is a melee Clawstalker. I'll tell you. Lots of melee builds in this game. Good Quaggy, how you keeping? I'm okay. I'm okay. It's very dreary outside today. Like, it's rainy and gross and ugh. Not loving that. You have recommendations for Berserker Graveborn build? Berserker Graveborn. Something I like to do on Berserker Graveborn is, the classes complement each other. I would argue that it's the tankiest multi-class combo. That does give you some cool options with action skill usage. For example, you could run the Reaper of Bones action skill and maintain it for a very long duration of time. And that gives you a few cool options build-wise. I should have paid attention to that barrel. Roguelite be like. Any insight on a Berserker Stabbo melee build? I actually have one of those. I'll play that on the next run. Remind me in the loot room. Dragon Stash. I have one that I like a lot. Yeah, when playing Berserker Graveborn, you've got so many ways of healing. So you could, for example... that hurts. No, got me again. I need to stop talking to fucking clear this room. Just found the Bereaver build breakdown video in your archives. There you go. You've got Sanguine Sacrament, you've got Blood Frenzy, you've got Unyielding, and you could do something like run Reaper of Bones with a Selective Amnesia. Reaper would keep the Amnesia active and help fight the self-damage from both of those sources. With the Dark Magic healing, and also all of your healing skills. So you'd be running around constantly on fire and draining your own life, but you would have Dark Magic damage, bonus Dark Magic damage on everything you do, and you would have just a really stacked damage formula. It's fun for gun builds. Change my cursor routing just to have avoid having roguelite in this room. Normally it's not a problem for me. I'm just legitimately paying very little attention at the moment and playing poorly because of it. Taking all elites does up the difficulty to a point where you do need to keep some things in mind. Oh, Sandstorm's eating my frames. Hello. How you doing, Vocal? Good to see you. Weather's that terrible, it's just not gonna make the day better. I agree. But it's also hot, so like, probably not gonna be probably not gonna want to be wearing too many layers. I can't speak either. I know the gear on Livewire is level of broken. Pixies, Buffmeister. Roguelite be tough. Also, I hate that I killed that enemy and didn't get me up. For Ghostblade, I should probably stay outside here so I have a good line of sight and I can block projectiles with the sigil. Bit of a headache. I can get some chores done, so I'll be lurking. Hey, good luck with the chores. I appreciate the lurk. I hope your headache clears up. I had a bad one of those a couple days ago. Usually I try to, caffeine and Tylenol it away. Doesn't always work, but sometimes. Nasty spill. Cool. Good thing I'm not on my last life, right? Right? Would what Gearbox wanted to fix with Livewire be like how they did the pipe bomb in BO3? No. Pipe bomb in BO3 was simply creating too many projectiles. And it's worth noting that the pipe bomb is an example of something that was still very good after its associated fix. Livewire is not bugged, it's just doing shit they didn't... Like, it's unforeseen stuff, whereas pipe bomb was bugged. It was creating an infinite number of projectiles. Which they only mostly fixed, but the item itself ended up just doing good damage after the fix. Pipe Bomb, to this day, is still one of the better damage-healing grenades in that game. I had a Wastard fight yesterday where he died seemingly without his immune phase kicking in. It's a misstancer, not sure if I got Fabled Contagion Melt. Other things could have done that. Just damage of some kind, J-Bridge. It would have been either a Contagion Melt or a reproc of Play the Angles. So, like, Play the Angles from him to something else, back to him. That would also have the damage. Since I started leading rooms, I'm boosting them in Chaos Trial on my Trap Scala and proceed to get angry when I die. Elite rooms can be tough. They can be tough. They definitely warrant some level of concentration. Not get hit by that again. Did you know you can bypass an immune phase? Yeah, you can bypass the immune phases on both Wastard and Celissa with enough damage. Thank you for the 4, the 20, and the 69 bits, Pathy. Okay, scuffed Ghostblade run because I didn't pay attention and died a bunch of times with Roguelite Omega Wall, but Ghostblade's sick. I'll actually spend these crystals this time. And then we'll play the, Barbara, the Frost Shiver melee build. Yeah, thanks, son. I still consider this, this Ghostblade Clawstalker to be, like, my main build right now. Just because it's very flexible. This one's just to push Rabbit up support. Hey Earthshock, how you doing? Oh yeah, pro tip, if you're trying to spend crystals faster, and you have two adjacent bunnies that have stuff you care about, this burns the crystals faster. You can just hit the other one while the first one's in its animation. Doing predictions, I keep missing them. I didn't run a prediction for the last run. We did one so far today. I haven't run more than one. Chaotic Salt Battery. Vampire, though. Take it. Shame it's only chaotic and non-elemental, but I will still take that. Okay, cool. Let's play some Barbara. If you're struggling to name a build, just look up people's names. What kind of car does a cat drive? A Ferrari? Gonna be honest, I'm proud of myself for not smiling at that one. That entertained me entirely too much. Oh look, it's better than a sawmill. R.I.P. Sawmill. Okay, so, this is Barbara. And Barbara's favorite thing to do is, light enemies on fire so that it, as a spell, triggers melee, which triggers dots, which causes a gunshot, which can then trigger that. It's fun. You'll see, you'll see. What was the reason behind the Sawmill nerf? It was intended as a rework, Celery's Arcade. But it was predicated on bad feedback. So a common complaint that that was circulating for a while was, man, Sawmill consumes too much ammo. And what people did instead of building into ammo regen to make the Sawmill work, what they did instead was continue to complain. And Gearbox, being, you know, very oriented around pleasing their fans, especially the vocal ones, they're like, oh, okay, we'll make it consume less ammo, but we gotta lower the damage if we're gonna do that. So what it worked out to is builds that had the ammo regen to sustain the Sawmill already don't get to shoot it anymore because they already had no problems, but they just take a 33% damage nerf. And builds that did not build ammo regen to sustain the Sawmill, guess what? You still can't sustain a Sawmill. But now it also does less damage. So it is a change that in a vacuum makes sense, but it is a change that does not make sense in the context of a build. And that is why understanding items by actually building around them matters a lot when you're giving feedback on them. When did they make that Sawmill change? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. Really incredible, wonderful job, Borderlands community. Unfortunately, another thing that happened in that vein is, you know, constant sniper buffs and people still trashing snipers. Like, precision feedback is very important. Like, this is why the Sawmill got nerfed, the Carouser's been buffed twice, and most assault rifles are still bad. Because feedback matters. I'll never not be salty about the carrier. Understandable. big fire explosion. The correct feedback matters. Yep. Feedback based on actual, gameplay and statistics is important to get out there. This is a Scalawag. So I find myself using Scalawags in a lot of builds. That's not a Boniface of Soul game. This is a Scalawag. Hello? Scalawags are great because they get up to a 25% blade here, which is just 25% melee damage for holding, but they also get these melee crossbolts. And in the damage formula, melee crossbolts are their own little chunk of the melee section. So they multiply everything else. They are fully multiplicative with everything else in your melee formula. You can have up to 25 crossbolts in a target at once. So, up to a 75% fresh damage mult just for shooting this gun at an enemy for about 2 seconds. Is really good. Hey Soccer Chick, how you doing? You know if the Tooth Raider's any part variation? It should be fixed, son. As far as I know, all the blue quest reward guns are fixed parts. Get my friend who just started the game a level 3 Carouser. Honestly, that might carry him to like level 20. Gun's sick. Doing well, glad to hear. Do you by any chance get to see Dominion? No. What's the other cursor? Frozen Vengeance. Like, my feedback would be bad, got Ruby Spike, can't figure out, everyone raves on it, don't get it to work that way. Are you using it on the second fire mode, Ryushiki? For whatever reason, the Ruby Spite second fire mode gets a 2.8 times damage multiplier. So you pair that with the fact that the Ruby Spite's effect is that it goes absolutely crazy after you get a kill. Gets homing bullets and an increased fire rate. So you kill one enemy on that second fire mode, and then you start aimbotting the entire map. Is that room clear? You like that one, Purple Panda? Tried haven't worked with it much. Yeah, getting the first kill is the real hurdle with that gun. It can be tough in situations where there's not an enemy weak enough to get the ball rolling. That's the weakness of the gun. That's why I think the Ruby Spite is balanced, because it does have a requirement. You need to keep the kills rolling, or else it just kind of becomes awkward. So the way this build is working is I'm applying a bunch of status effects to enemies. And one of them is the Inflammation. Now, Inflammation is unique. It applies a status effect that counts as a spell. And critting with a spell, or a gun, triggers Stabomancer's Executioner's Blade capstone. Basically, I'm throwing as many chances at the wall as I possibly can to get Executioner's Blade going, while I am also applying as many dots as I can, and swinging my melee weapon. And this is all combined with a Barbaload. Barbaload sends projectiles at nearby enemies from an enemy you have crossbolt stuck in. And those projectiles' damage is determined by the damage that you put into the target. Now, inflammation also has the effect of, if an enemy dies under its influence, doesn't have to specifically be inflammation that gets the kill, the effect will spread to nearby enemies, and they will explode on death as well. So I'm getting chain reactions of dots, of explosions, of executioner's blades. And since I am a berserker, my Enrage class feat is a global cryo bonus element, applying to everything, including the Barbaload ricochets. So I'm slowly freezing everything in the map as I run around doing this stuff. Like I said, I haven't used much. Feedback with a lot of experience enough in gaming. No, I don't know everything I should. Also using Pixie build right now to help me find gear to build a Poison Stabba build. Nice. And your attitude there is exactly what I encourage more people to have. Knowing that there's things you might not be aware of is just, not only is that good life policy, but it also is one of the best tools you can have in your back pocket in a builds-related game. Like, that is the difference between you writing something off as being in need of a buff and you deciding to build around a thing. It's that mentality right there, so I applaud you for that. I will put cookies on my calzone. I feel like I missed some important context. Still has a lot going on. It definitely does. There's a lot. I'll do a full build explanation after the boss, but there's definitely a lot happening. So you have a deathless going on. What's the purpose of this? To get more uptime on my ward. I'll get to that. Let's go Blade for this. Hey, Rainy Hills, thank you for the Prime and the 3 months. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Come on Thursday.
That's okay. So I'm just ignoring the bird here because my dots are strong enough that I can just do that. Switch back to Dreadwind. Didn't really need Ghostblade there. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How you doing? Hope you're well today. Isn't this the build that did the ZDBS or whatever? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Ooh, static charge. Nice. For White Rider, does it matter where I apply the beam, header, body damage wise? Yeah, it does actually. If you apply the beam to the crit spot, you'll be critting, guaranteed, rather than having to go through the chance. Do you require on a build to do the Ghost Blade proc and Wrath of Nature as a non-interaction? It's not a thing. Wrath of Nature requires things with damage source ability, and Stabomancer has literally nothing capable of doing that. So if you are a Stabo Spore, the only ways you have of triggering Wrath of Nature are Barrage, Blizzard, Spore Fuse. That's it. That's it. Nothing in Stabomancer's kit can proc Wrath of Nature, because nothing deals ability damage. Started playing online games back with Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, good choice. Then moved to Build Wars, making builds in that. It's my alliance use. Now some 20 odd years later, don't have time to work out builds, work 60 hours a week, and day one of week limits creative, and also need time with the wife. Understandable. It's hard to find time. It's hard to find time. And people who live and breathe builds like me, I'm fortunate I'm in a situation where I do have the time because this is what I do. So not everyone can do that. So I'm happy to provide you guys with some tips and resources that allow you to spend less time crunching the numbers and stuff. Guild Wars, yeah, I figured, but Build Wars was appropriate, so I read it that way anyway. Nothing like a Waster DPS check to verify a build. Yeah, I like that. Hey Maniac, how you doing? So, this build. This is a Frost Shiver melee build with a bit of a... I suppose you could call it a weaponized identity crisis. It's doing a lot of things at once. All my builds struggle with Waster to cast 35 normal difficulty Sag. There's a few things you can do to make Waster easier. One, if the bird is your problem, it gets one-shot by any Furior Chuck or Stoker Underbarrel. Like, literal one-shot. Does not matter how much damage it does, it just dies. So just throw a gun or use the Underbarrel pew-pew. This could be tasers, this could be zip rockets, it could be auto magic tracker darts, doesn't matter what it is, just deletes the bird. So that's a shortcut. Sigils block his skull attack, as does strafing. And line of sight blocks his Nova attack. So you can shut down all of Wastard's mechanics with just a couple of strats to keep in the back of your mind whenever fighting him. And that gives you a lot to work with. Because he doesn't move much, he's got an open crit spot, he doesn't have that much health, and he's got favorable health bar types to target. But anyway, yeah, so this build. We go down to Relentless Rage and Berserker, because that's quality of life and funny, and Berserker's got good damage formula over here. We get all the way down to Capstone on Stabo, which is something I don't often do, because it's generally wasteful once you get to this point. Once you have Alchemical Agent, it's like the true Capstone for most Stabo builds, because you have to invest into 1,000 cuts, optimally, to get down to Executioner's Blade. So I kind of accept taking a bad skill to get down to a useful skill for this particular build. And then hero points wise, we go max crit damage, max status damage, remainder, and constitution. I've been considering taking some more dexterity in here, but haven't done it yet. And the gameplay here is we apply Inflammation status effect. And Inflammation is capable of triggering Executioner's Blade. It is a dot, so it does contagion stuff as well, and exploit their weakness. Barbaload will cause a lot of instances of damage, and the ricochets from Barbaload are based off of the damage you put in. So if I got a really big greatsword hit, and that causes a Barbaload, then that hit is gonna ruin someone else's day. If I get a really big contagion tick, and that causes Barbaload, that's gonna ruin someone else's day, etc. So it's throwing a lot of instances of damage at the wall. We're using a Scalawag, both to apply melee crossbolts for our melee formula, including our Banshee and our Executioner's Blade, and crossbolts necessary for Barbaload. We've got Just good melee rings. You got lots of options here. I'm running a Deathless right now. Now, this Deathless happens to have points of contagion, which helps the build. It's got good passes, with the exception of that companion crit chance doing absolutely nothing for me. Literally nothing. But the cool thing about Deathless here is that it gives more uptime on Trick Mirror. Now, Trick Mirror has a 75% chance to reflect projectiles, and it has a special reflect that basically sends a homing projectile that deals spell damage. Now, both its spell damage and gun damage trigger Executioner's Blade, so it doesn't matter, but the fact that this has good capacity with favorable parts and a 75% reflect chance means I want to keep this active as much as I possibly can. Because reflects are more potential Executioner's Blade, and it gives me a way of damaging enemies simply for them damaging me. That amulet from Sec DLC? Yes it is. You get pretty tanky with a Deathless and Trick Mirror. It's very hard for ranged enemies to actually kill you, and there's some very threatening ranged enemies in this game. For example, in the yellow raid boss fight, those ads are what kill most players. It's the ads and the sandstorm that kill people, not really the boss itself most of the time. So threats like that are eliminated by Trick Mirror, which is nice. We got a Banshee here with a Vampire Hilt. Vampire is restoring our wards. Also, this Dreadwind enchant is very nice because it's a fresh multiplier for the action skill. And Dreadwind, in particular here, is good because it rewards having a high base damage melee weapon. So Banshee's a shoo-in for that. It is always at 4 attacks per second, which means even a slow weapon like a Banshee is great. But Executioner's Blade has the same general parameters. It takes 150% of your base melee weapon and does not care how fast that weapon is. So having big number is good for Executioner's Blade, and it's also good for Dreadwind. Excuse me. Now 4 melee attacks per second means a lot of potential alchemical agent stuff, which means a lot of potential contagion stuff, and it means a lot of Barbaload stuff happening. It all comes together. Enrage means that we have an extra instance of damage from that bonus element on everything we do, which means more potential dots, which means our Barbaload is able to trigger dots on things, which means our Barbaload is also progressing enemies towards being frozen, which we speed up with Cold Snap. Enemies that are close to being frozen or completely frozen, we do more damage to via Icebreaker. Fully frozen enemies, there's already that melee bonus versus frozen enemies that everything gets. And yeah, it's we run around lighting things on fire and getting big satisfying fire explosions. Is that Dreadwind enchant again? This one. Gain 50% damage when using Feral Surge or Dreadwind against bosses and badasses. Hey Brucey, how you doing? Let's roll rings. Somebody lines connecting this puzzle build, to be honest, I'm here for it. It's so chaotic, man. Like, this build was, the initial concept was Trick Mirror stuff. And then Sen helped me put this together. We wanted to do Trick Mirror and not Spell Shot. So it was like, alright, where do we go from here? Executioner's Blade? Cool, that works. What else goes well with Executioner's Blade? Inflammation was an idea I had put in there. A Barbaload is an idea I had as well. So I just slowly started putting in more things. And it ended up fun. Thanks to the breakdown. Sold to mess around with this class combo. Yeah, and this is one of the weirder approaches to Frost Shiver Melee. You can do a lot with Frost Shiver Melee. There's more traditional melee builds that just revolve around killing enemies with, say, Blast Chill. There's Ghostblade Frost Shiver, there's Pure Dreadwind Frost Shiver. Ignore the stomach growling. I don't know why it's doing that. It's kind of alarming. It's not stopping. Kind of weird. You can do a lot with a multi-class. I just decided to be weird about it. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? In your opinion, how do you think the melee gun will work? I mean, there's no way of knowing until it's out, so I don't have an opinion. Gear for this build translate good to a Clawstalker and Contagion. Yeah, there's a lot of shared stuff. Like, I use a Scalawag on my Clawstalker. It's a different element, but still a Scalawag. I tend to use different melee weapons other than Banshee on my Clawstalker because I use Ghostblade, so I want faster things such as Snake Stick. Like that. The rings would translate very well. you could make use of the Barber load, but primarily the rings and weapons would transfer. New PLC tomorrow? Yes. We got DLC3 tomorrow. Steam release of the game is tomorrow. Crazy, huh? It's almost like you're hungry. I don't really feel hunger, so, like, I have to listen for my stomach growling, too. New content on my birthday. Tomorrow's Mr. Ablock's birthday. Let's go! Happy almost birthday. I'll tell you again tomorrow. I'll tell you again tomorrow. Ooh, Primordial Fingertip Pulse Oximeter. Shame the passives here aren't really relevant. I mean, spell crit chance helps, and ability damage does go into Dreadwind, so I could use this, but the condition would even be active here. This is what, 37.5% spell crit chance? Effectively? And over 33% ability damage? Like, that could be worth. I'll take it. Could be worth. This one, though. Melee damage, action skill duration, spell crit chance. That's good. Action skill duration's nice for Dreadwind, because Dreadwind only has like a 6-second duration? Yeah, 6 seconds base. So duration increases help a lot. Spell crit chance helps my inflammation in triggering Executioner's Blade. Melee damage just helps my damage. I'll take it. What element would you say is best an amulet for Barbara? Yummy indeed, Radials. Probably Frost. Because Enrage. And coincidentally, I'm using a Frost Banshee right now. Because you're not really inclined towards any other element. So either the element of your melee weapon, or if you can't get that, then Frost. But as we discussed before, remember, element matching's still usually the play. I just don't happen to have as many Banshees as I want to with this Hilt mod. Like, I don't have any other Banshees with Vampire that are above Chaotic. Forgot I picked up that Bony Face's Soul as well. That'll be useful. The biggest thing about this build is it's so satisfying to see all the fire explosions. Sometimes you get big chunks like that. Yes, that enemy just froze from me lighting them on fire. Enrage moment. Now, Barbalode killed that one. It even froze them first. The Aspect Male with 2 Wrath of Nature. That's interesting. Something I haven't tried is this on this build. I'm not even sure I can. But we're gonna try. Got to cast 20 last night, start trying for volatile. Nice. Did I get it? I should actually Ghostblade here. I don't think I got it. Might have, though? I don't see it anywhere else. I don't think it moved. Cool, I got it. Prediction? I'll run a prediction for you, McBain. Let's see. There you go. I've never taken this build to this boss that we're eventually going to have, so we'll find out. Take the plunge and try new content with melee first tomorrow. Probably Ghostblade build first, J-Bridge. Flexibility, you know? I can test to see if you can actually melee things, and I also have that out. Good track of internet, people. How you doing, Atris? Executioner's Blade from Inflammation Suppression. That was beautiful. There's a lot happening on this screen. Trade is yellow. Bunny. Bunny. Bark would be fine here. I just need to play slow. But Bunny, I'm not sure I have to sustain. We'll have to find out. Dies and die one time, or dies and lose the run. Dies and lose the run. We're taking a bunch of curses and elites and stuff. May have been answered at some point. Does boosting status chance help contagion much? I need over 100% status damage. Wondering if you're already at the threshold, just boosting chance. More damage at that point is still, like, better, I would say, Shay, because it means that you need fewer loops to get to that ridiculous damage. Like, example, if you have 100% status damage, then sure, your dots don't get smaller, but they don't get bigger either. If you have 150, then each subsequent dot will get 25% bigger, which is nice. But if you have 200%, then like that's it's a very big difference at even like 1 or 2 contagion chains. In terms of chance, you already have a lot. Like, something people forget about is you do get, you get status chance from myth rank. So you got 30% here, over in the Archmage tree. So you get some already. And then, in my particular case, I have, let's see, where is it? I have this enchant for 20% more. So, like, I don't really feel like I need more than that, personally. Tomorrow's Mimic featured? I think so, yeah. Let's play so much fun, I don't want to start a whole new character. If you have any that are Stabo or Berserker, you can convert them into this. A couple of the status chance over the weekend, notice a difference in the amount of contagion procs I got. Wasn't sure it was just the damage boost or chance to help. Chance is going to help with consistency as well, but less so than damage, in my opinion. Chance is still nice, but less important. Good. There we go. Trick Mirror do anything in particular for this build? It's generally good for survivability. It's generally just good for survivability. Trick Mirror reflects can trigger Executioner's Blade if they crit and then roll the appropriate chance. But mostly it's just good survivability with inconsistency in being another damage outlet. If you wanted more damage out of this slot, then Body Rune still exists. It would give more contagion consistency, and of course that bonus element is nice. Other options... Honestly, those would be the only two I would really consider running here, that I can think of at the moment. Trick Mirror having good capacity with that 75% reflect chance is nice. Is Ancient Deity worth it? Not really. It's a pretty low value. Like, it's not bad, but in terms of comparing it to most other things in the slot, I think it is behind. Because it's just regular old elemental damage. Like, if you're using any amount of, if you want fire damage in any capacity, Body Rune. If you want lightning damage in any capacity, Body Rune or Spirit Rune. And if you just want to boost elements in general, then Transistor is also better than Ancient Deity. Transistor can even boost non-elemental damage elementally, which is a pretty interesting thing. Just Ancient Deity is just kind of very vanilla, and I consider it more in the mediocre group. Trick Mirror can't reflect your own bullets like stickies. I don't think so, King Daddy DMAC. But it's not something I've directly tested. I would assume even if you could reflect them, they would just target you, so it wouldn't really have much of a point. But I've not tested. Transistor Black Powder build? You could. Taking non-elemental damage would then boost your non-elemental damage. It's an option. Body Rune comes with lightning damage as well, thought it was only fire. Body Rune has the lightning boost of the Spirit Rune built in while you were standing still. Probably a bug, but currently a feature. You ever consider trying Hammer and Anvil on anything? I actually like Hammer and Anvil. The problem with it is that it's kind of hard to refill your ward on the kind of setup that would benefit from it. But Yeah, I like hammer and anvil. Body Rune on Claw do be kind of nice. Body Rune is just built different. It's so good. Okay, so hopefully we actually successfully got into the bunny fight. If we didn't, then I'll just do another run for the prediction, and I'll use Ghostblade to pop the entrance instead. Any cool things co-op can do with runes, like the old Zane barrier stacking or anything? I've not done much co-op testing of things Jedi Monkey, so I wouldn't know. Cool. Someone remind me difference on a Fear Not versus Whatnot for Fear. For companions, yes. Fear Nots are spell. Meaning they trigger things like Double Knot and Blast Gas. That is only for pixies, though. And, yeah. Okay. Same build as yesterday? Yeah, Freeholder. Yeah. We played a little bit of two of my other melee builds today. We're playing this one right now. Okay, we did get into bunny. Cool. Don't quite know how this will go. Do I from the shadows for this? I think I from the shadows. If my game would be a good game. I think there's too many things happening on my screen, chat. See how much this storm hurts. Not much, really. This shit barely hurts me at all. What? Oh, this is so free. I was so worried. This is free. Look at how little that's actually affecting me. That's hilarious. This is free. Cool. I didn't even need to go to FTS. I could have just dreadwinded. My wards barely moved. Cool. Well, I'm now gonna start doing that boss on this build. Sandstorm getting reflected by Trick Mirror? I didn't think about that, but like, fucking maybe. Maybe. Honestly, good instincts. The chance beefier than Bunny confirmed. Yeah, I don't think that's unlikely at all. It's a good theory. Probably have someone look into that. Okay. So, what do I roll here? I want better Barbaloads. Having a Barbaload with status damage would do so much, but like, this is the best Barbaload I've ever gotten. Replacing that's gonna be so tough. I do still want different rings. Let's just dump it all into Amulet on this one. Payout? Ah, yes, you're right, Doc. Hang on. Let me pay this out. Oh, you guys believed in me. I'm so proud of you, actually. I didn't believe in me. So yeah, Trick Mirror Sandstorm is hilarious. Check that ratio. That's spell money too, just speed up the crystal spending. I tried out kinetic friction on this build. It's not... like, you have more capacity than you do on a Trick Mirror, but less reflecting... you know, no reflecting if you don't roll reflect card. So, like, I think Trick Mirror is comfortably just better. I just asked CZ to check it. Thank you, son. Trying to think of other wards that could be interesting for this build. Maced Wardu would be pretty okay, actually. Maced Wardu would be good here. Because Maced Wardu deals melee damage. So, like, it could apply Alchemical Agent. Maybe I'll roll for a Maced Wardu, try that out next. That's a pretty good capacity, right? I don't know how you can argue against the Trick Mirror after seeing what it did to Bunny. Yeah, like, that was funny. Ha! Bunny? Funny? We're poetic, chat. Good job. Good job, us. Ooh, pretty good haul this time. Let's see what we got. Inflammation with a radius part. Sure. Garlic Breath with a spell charge and Ghostblade enchant. Sure. I won't say no. Trick Mirror and Vendor, by the way, chat. Until tomorrow. So, get it while it's there. Primordial Reviver. The parts kind of suck, though. You can get a bunch of cool parts with a Reviver. You can get extra projectile, you can get extra charges. I need to check and see if you can get a multiple extra charges, multiple extra projectiles, excuse me, on Reviver. Actually, I can check that right now. 1 second. I got a thing for that. I'm curious. Vending machines drop anything good? So each week, Glass and My Ash, those 3 vendors at the end of the Chaos Chamber, they rotate items. Each of those 3 always has a fixed legendary for the week. Now, it'll have different variations. It'll just be a version of that particular legendary. So this week, we've got Peg Leg, Trick Mirror, and Marshmallow, which are all good items. And they change every Thursday. Looks like you can get 3 extra projectile parts on a Reviver. I don't see an excluder there. That's funny. Times 4, or yeah, times 4 Reviver, anyone? Be funny. Have a times 2? I've gotten times 2s. I've never seen times 3. Or more. But according to that, it looks like it's possible. I'll have to double check that later. Revive all the homies in 1 spell. Volatile Garlic Breath. Yeah, I saw that. The parts aren't to my satisfaction though, so I'm being picky and not picking it up. Like, that's good base damage. But I tend to prefer getting at least 1 spell charge part on Garlic Breath for uptime purposes. And it doesn't have any, so no thank you. Yeah, we'll put more into Ward Bunny next time. Go for that Mace Wardu. Because I'd like to try that out next. I don't have enough homies for that Reviver. That's not true, Sybil. You got the people here. Deuces, nice. I'll switch to Ghostblade at the end of this room, I think. For the, getting into Bunny. A little more consistency. It's actually optimal for me to cancel my Dreadwind quickly. In this build, I gotta be better about that. So I can't believe you have so many points in Stabotry for this build. I like making use of everything. Ghostblade barely did that. Huh. It's probably because I'm using a Banshee, so it ticks so slow. Ghostblade takes your actual swing speed. So with a Banshee, each tick will hit hard, but like you don't get many. So that was very close. Counterfeint for Poison Contagion Stabbo. The thing about Counterfeint is it only does something when it breaks. And I prefer something more consistent. Honestly, Ryushiki, that's another body rune situation. Body rune bonus element, it might be fire, but it's still a bonus element for more damage, and bonus elements equal more potential dots for more contagion, and also it heals you when you get a kill. Body rune just does so much. I do kind of wish there were more wards on the level of body rune. I forgot to switch back. Awkward. Well, sorry, Fire Friend. Did not have my Dreadwind. Ooh, that's so satisfying. Hey Venom, how you doing? You can blame me for having that much in Stabbo. I mean, kind of. I had wanted to do some Executioner's Blade stuff anyway, just to do it, and this was just a good excuse. Morning, Adam Tamales. How are you today? Pretty sure Firefriend doesn't believe you at this point, understandably. You sussy Scalawag enjoyer, shake the Happle. How you doing, Sora? I am a Scalawag enjoyer. Like, it does so much. Multiple projectiles, high fire rate, low enforced reload count, melee crossbolts as a blade, homing bullets, element flexible. Uses pistol ammo, so you have basically infinite ammo. And Scalawag is pretty top tier. It's kind of funny that my favorite two weapons in the game are the Last Rites Blue Quest Reward unique and the Scalawag non-unique pistol. So much build diversity in this game. Comment on the announced new weapons. I know some people are trying to remain unspoiled, so I would prefer that you didn't. Even though it is public and out there, it's just names at this point, so like I'm not gonna enforce anything on that. But once the actual content drops, it'd be awesome if we could, for a week, just keep spoilers of things that have not been shown here on my stream to a minimum. Spoiler policy in the Discord for a week as well. Praying for a shark companion with new class. I don't really want another companion, honestly, because, like, companions are overshadowed by pixies already. It's like, I don't need another thing pixies invalidate. Maybe that's a pessimistic take. Why did Nightbot respond with that? What? I didn't see anyone ping Nightbot. Does it respond that way when you type someone? No. Oh, someone did add it. It just got buried. Okay, it got buried. I couldn't see that. I was so scared for a second. Not Trick Mirror moment. Trick Mirror gives us good tank here for this kind of situation. Guess it's because I hit reply? Yeah. Build reminds me of older Recursion stuff. Well, because of a lot of ricochets? It definitely visually looks like it at times. Gotta scoot, see you next time, and thanks. Thank you, Control. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll talk to you later. Have a good day, depending on what happens in a few minutes. I'm confused. Oh, okay. I believe you. Let me hit this one first. Thinking how other raid bosses go on this. I could do Bark. We'll do Bark on this run as well. Gloop would be awkward. Doable, but awkward. An enemy just shot himself so many times. Thanks, Trick Mirror. Beautiful. So I'm gonna try out Dazzler for stuff. I don't know what that item's like for. It's got high status chance. And like a lot of projectiles. I don't know though. Love the sound of Dreadwind. Me too, Roddy. There's so many crunchy sound effects in this game. I like them. +2 Blood Frenzy. Oh, thanks. Very helpful. Breadwinding with the toaster spell. I still gotta do Breadwind. Bread Slicer Dreadwind. Probably be a Berserker gun build using Dreadwind for ASEs. Or AS starts and ASEs. Made to cast 25 last night. I had to fight Waster twice with the slow kills. I assume the bird got you, Thermal. Because waiting on AI when the bird is up can be slow. Yeah, you could get through that bird. Crunch Munch. What's up, Walnut? How you doing? Crunchy sounds over piercing sounds? Yeah, I agree. I love when he gets stuck in this loop. Because it's so free. Oops. Go Gadget Dots. Beautiful. Quite continue to be the real breadwinner of the family. Queen's Cry Taser with the bird, just get the damage whip down. Nah, that's fair. Need to watch your stream. Shows and loves to hear a lot about you. His stream's great. Ignore it. Zone Spawn's great. He's done a lot of very useful testing in the community. For example, he's the guy who broke down how Contagion works. All the Contagion stuff you see out there is from his testing. He also knows the most about dark magic and cryo mechanics out of everybody. Zone Spawn good. Also, he's the one who inspired my love for dots in Lands games. That's because of him. But, BRB chat, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. PP%, 1 second. Before we do raid bosses. Okay, be back. So, are you okay today? Found a Pandemecium. It's the direct upgrade to purple class mod I had. It's not that useful. Did start using a corrosive hydro spell and try to make something of it. You don't need to worry about the armor effect if the stats are just an upgrade thermal. It'll be enough. Remember, the worst a Pandemecium will do for you is nothing. You always got the stats. It's not like a smart armor where it can situationally hurt you. Or a Cape of Tides where it can situationally hurt you, you know? Oh, bark first. Cool. Do I Dreadwind here? Do I FTS? I'm gonna FTS. Nice. That went really well, actually. It's one of the fire spell you're using. So Inflammation is a status effect that also counts as a spell. So Ticks of Inflammation trigger Executioner's Blade. They also have... Inflammation also has a guaranteed status effect application chance, so it's very good for dot builds that want to do contagion stuff. It's also very spammable. And when an enemy affected by inflammation dies, they make a fire explosion that applies the inflammation effect to nearby enemies. So it's kind of like Radiation from Borderlands 3, or Krieg's Blood Explosion from Borderlands 2. Silly of me. So, like, does bunny stuff just not really hurt wards? Like, I'm barely taking any hits here. This is kind of nice. This is so free. Cooldown on inflammation. 6.1 seconds per charge with a cooldown part.
switch to FPS here. That was just overkill. I can just keep using Dreadwind. Love to see it. Prediction? I can run a prediction for the next one, Foster. Thought my 6.7 second 4 charge arc torrent. That's something that's spammable. It's very spammable. But inflammation is just also very spammable. You can potentially get a 6 charge inflammation, I think. And that'll... Each charge part you get has a cooldown penalty. That probably takes it up to like 10 seconds cooldown or something. But that's still 6 charges, each at a 10-second cooldown, so like, that's constant spam. I find 3 charges is enough. Because you only need to hit an enemy very briefly. You can get either 5 or 6 charges on inflammation. Taking less than 500 damage each time due to Deathless Delay buff, you can full recharge between some ticks. Beautiful. Woolly Bully Sword Explosion. Sure. And other inflammation. Yeah, one cooldown part is 6.1 seconds. Let's hit for Mace Wardu and Barbalode. Those radius passives help me explosion? Yes, they also help the range of the actual flamethrower a bit, J-Bridge. So yeah, this build raid boss is a lot better than I thought it did. I'm not sure how it would do against Gloop or the Maker, though. The Maker in particular. Xenotime? Maybe. I think the bunnies get a sore throat from all the stuff that comes out? Oh, definitely. Definitely. I thought about Shamwai for this build, but Absorb doesn't deal damage, so no. Also, Shamwai's capacity is kind of shit. Barbalode, Spell Shot power. Status damage, I'll take it. Not for this build, but for another one. Last gasp. So what's on that Theurge? Poison Spore. Sure. Actually, Theurge doesn't work with Spore, right? That's a known issue. Pretty sure that's a bug that's been reported a bit. Under some specific circumstance. Any gear besides Shamwai give ammo regen? Shamwai doesn't give ammo regen, Stump. Shamwai has Absorb. And most wards can roll Absorb parts. Shamwai just has the most. I don't have inventory space. Get access to the Chaos Chamber soon to be the story. You have to go through the epilogue quest after beating the story. But yeah, you do. Think Chaos Max will go up Thursday? I don't know. I don't really have a guess for that. No expectations. Have to wait and see. Okay. Prediction. As requested. I'm gonna do 2 raid bosses and take some extra curses. Maybe we go for Maker on this run. So... yeah, predict away. Usually beat the Chaos Chamber up to drill as soon as I finish my playthrough to help level up faster. What I usually do is I do Chaos Trial 1 just to get into Chaos mode, and then I go and finish leveling. The mirrors, the DLCs, are really good for leveling, as is finishing your overworld stuff. If I'm doing it from the Shadows Carouser build, doing anything besides an Absorb Shield, you don't need an Absorb Shield at all for that. So an Absorb Shield doesn't help you at all. I don't know what an Absorb Shield would be doing for you. Like, Absorb is when an enemy shoots you, you have a chance to get a bullet in your mag. I don't know the connection with Carouser. I would say if you're doing an FTS Carouser build, you'd want something that gives you damage. Body Rune comes to mind, but Amp Wards would be pretty good. Amp is huge, especially in this game. I'm gonna start the cast time until I reach 40. Once you hit 40, you can skip every other level up to 40. Yeah, that's true. I just like to be in Chaos mode when I'm finishing that leveling because it gives you a chance of getting Chaotix. And particularly early on, Chaotix are very impactful. It's like, even if you get a Chaotic at level 39, right? That's a level 41 item. Definitely relevant for a bit. Just worried about running out of ammo. Yeah, you won't run out of ammo. Carouser's 1 ammo per shot, and Sniper has to use 108. I think that's not max. I don't know what max has to use is offhand, but 1 ammo per shot, and you one-shot most enemies. Yeah, you won't run out of ammo. You'll be good. The perception that snipers in this game all chug ammo is it's not true. It's like the Con and the Sawmill chug ammo, and that's it. Ski Prod as well. It's like those 3. The rest are pretty efficient. It's like 160 or something. Cool. A chaotic level 38 ice spike that I use. Can't wait till I find a level 40. Yeah, a chaotic level 38 is equal to a non-chaotic level 40. Yeah, I have exactly enough Ghostblade duration for that. That's funny. And skip chaos levels. As long as you are level 40, this is a feature they implemented when the cap went up to 35. As long as you are level 40, the first 20 chaos levels worth of trials, they go up by 2s instead of 1s. So if you're level 40 and you complete Chaos Trial 1, it puts you to Chaos Trial 3 for your next one. That only goes up until 20, though. Hey, side effect. How you doing? I was wondering if the Warrior Help mod for melee weapons is bugged, so I've been using it and seeing no stacking damage, so asking if you know. It's not bugged to my knowledge. Which weapon are you using? And, are you actually swinging your melee weapon? Warrior only stacks up on connecting with an actual melee attack. So if you're trying to stack it through other means, it won't stack up that way. That's not a bug, that's just how, the game distinguishes between melee damage and melee attack. Not 100% sure on this, but I believe you can skip chaos levels even if you aren't level 40. It's possible. I'm speaking from my own experience. On the last character I brought through a playthrough and then leveling, I was not skipping levels until I hit 40. Like, I was doing chaos trials and I was having to go up one by one. So it could have been a bug on my part, but that's reflective of my own experience. Skip levels. I don't know if it allows you to do chaos trials below your highest. It's been a long enough that I don't remember. So I'll defer to chat on that one. I haven't done a chaos climb in a while. I was thinking about doing a thing where I want to time and see how long it takes to go one by one through every chaos trial. Or at least as many as it'll let me do if it forcibly skips me by 2s and doesn't let me do them one by one. I want to, like, reset a character with an existing build, which you can do through shenanigans, and just take, like, a C35 build through and see how long it would take to do all the trials. Sounds like a good time to me. You can do trial below your highest? Cool, thank you, Stump. The normal purple hammer swinging it, also test with Dreadwind, seeing if I wasn't attacking fast enough for it. Do I have a warrior hilt? I do. Okay, so when it says melee attacks, that literally means you have to hit your melee button and connect with it. And it stacks up to 5 times. Last time I checked, that works. It will not stack from any other melee damage. It will benefit that other melee damage, but it won't stack from it. And to my knowledge, this is not broken. I'll have to do a retest to confirm, but as far as I know, it's working. Dreadwind would not stack it because it is not a melee attack. It is melee damage, it is not a melee attack. First ever frying pan dropping its volatile. Let's go. Pan is sick. It's one of the few melee weapons that just always does something for you, even if you're not using it. Pan gives you some really good defensive stats just for having it equipped. So if you're not sure what to do with your melee weapon slot, then like Pan is always a good bet. Drill shouldn't be being resistant. Yeah, Drill just resists shock in his second phase. He's not immune, just resists. What if you get some bosses kill themselves with Trick Mirror? I don't know of that many bosses that shoot projectiles that the Trick Mirror even can reflect. Like, it's specifically bullets and arrows. How many bosses actually use bullets and arrows from the bosses themselves? And not just, like, the ads in the room. Such an awkward room on this setup because the enemies aren't aggressive. Imagine reflecting Drill's spears, that'd be so sick. Is it not only Fire or Frost best answer for him? Depends. Not only would get no penalty, Frost and Fire would get penalties, but Frost would have Soaked on the table, which, depending on build and specific outlet, could be enough. Could be favorable. Once you get to Flesh, then Fire is like the go-to. But for the ward part specifically, if you're not willing to use lighting there, then swap off. Here's this Fire in Phase 3. Yeah, Phase 3 is where I tend to go back to using lightning. Only Phase 2 where I always had issues. Yeah, Frost will be okay there. If you got Soaked in a sufficiently powerful thing. I don't quite know how I'm gonna deal with Gloop, but I'm willing to try. Thinking. I'll give it a shot. Dark Buffmeister with Pew and Zap. No. 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 I'm just gonna say no. Not a Buffmeister fan. But if you like it, that's okay. Oh, you use Dark Magic Pixies, kill in 3 seconds. The joke there is that Pixies are overpowered and Dark Magic Pixies aren't real, but people say I've edited them and still swear they're real and legit and valid. Maybe? No. struggle with drill in every build because resist and regen. Gotta come prepared. Drill's one of those bosses that demands preparation. H, even. Radiation pixies are the best. Based. Or like dork magic. Got told Zane has no controversy to all builds to see and dead sun help. Is that person living in 2019? Just link them time trials. Zen, just link them time trials. I don't think Seeing Dead holds a single record in time trials. Not even one. I don't think it even makes the top 5, actually. Because all the top Zane runs are Hustler, Conductor, Executor. Infiltrator. There might be an antifreeze run in there somewhere. But yeah, Seeing Dead stopped being meta in fucking 2020. Thinking of Hustler against PTSD farming that fucking train, it was next level awful for Julio. I'm sorry I went through that. I refused. I did that for a very short amount of time and was like, yeah, fuck that. Think about Seeing Dead's thing someone mentioned earlier, Borderlands players confusing ease of play with meta. Exactly that. Exactly that. Seeing Dead is very easy and requires no thought or input from the player, so there's people who still, because it's comfortable to believe as such, they believe it's the only way. Or the best way, when in fact it is never the best. Seeing Dead is best at absolutely nothing, by the way. With the potential, and still can be argued against, of being best for clone builds. But there's still arguments against that. So, at most it gets one thing. Doing Maker? Planning on it. Figured, fuck it, why not? Oh, I don't know how he got me there. Actually, with curses, that ad might have been strong enough to one-shot my ward. That could have been that. Thank you for freezing right behind me, though. I use Evil Eye Crab with melee attacks and laser eye killing. Evil Eye Crab pet? That'd be crazy. I want that now. Okay. On to raid bosses. I'm a bit worried about my ammo, to be honest. Dreadwind doesn't hit. It's fine. Yeah, Bunny just can't do much to me in this phase. That's fun. Build ideas from the items that drop for me last couple of runs. I love when you pick up an item and it just makes you think. This build is fucking tanky. playing very cautiously right now, more than I need to, really. Let's call it collecting data. We'll call it crystal farming, whichever. Oh, so even if that hits me, okay. Like, good joke, Bark. Did way less damage than I was expecting. Cool. Definitely succeeded in making Deathless more tanky compared to BO3, for sure. Frost over the most tanky Bereaver who... You could do this on a Bereaver and get even more health. Or even more wards, I should say. Yeah, this is definitely not a Dreadwind fight, though. I'll go Ghostblade for this one. Excuse me? White Rider? What? Huh? It just kinda didn't. Not bad. Better than I expected. Okay, yeah, my White Rider for some reason can't hit those anymore. It's broken. No. Oh, okay. You know what would benefit me a lot in this build for the Gloop fight? A Cow Con. Yes, you heard that correctly. Functioning White Rider, also true. Oh yeah, shit, it's Maker now and I have no ammo. This is gonna be awkward. Do I FTS? What's FTS? You know, since I have these, May as well. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about my ammo. Oof. Oh, that was a mess. Shit. Okay, so the bunny's bouncing on you one-shots you. Because Maker Goop. That's good info to have. I'll take this death for ammo, honestly. That's fine.
No 30-second Maker kill. This is the first time I've ever brought this build to this boss fight, and I'm very much not prepared. It's a Deathless build versus the Maker as well, so I'm surprised it's doing this well. Lightning melee weapon would be good. Snake Stick probably wins here as well for sustain.
Do I have ammo now? Respectable amount. That would one-shot me too. Yeah, I think if she does the four-way one, with bunnies out, I just have to take a hit. Probably. I don't pay enough attention to dodge otherwise. Bunnies, that's so awkward. Oof. Deathless makes this, interesting. Kinda like it, though. I don't have move speed to deal with that. Spawn something I can kill, please? I mean, I guess that's technically qualifying. Ugh. Yeah, this is awkward. This is a very awkward fight.
Doable though, very doable. Bunnies take health away when they hit you? Yeah. Hyper new class, I'm gonna pair it with first? Probably Stabo first. Probably.
Definitely worth having a Tooth Raider, other stats, Stick and Scalpel for Maker just to ammo concerns. I do have a Tooth Raider on me. I'm gonna go Ghostblade for ammo concerns as well. Running out of launcher ammo. Oh, the nice frame drop game. Oh. Chad is my witness. That was not my fault. It's so hard to dodge. This is hard. This is real hard. No. Fuck. I don't have the movement speed. I just can't dodge that. Okay, I gotta stop trying. I just gotta set up for damage when that happens. I don't want to death save in there if I can help it. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, it's the cage one. Oh, I got out. Still dead, though. Okay, I'll accept that. Let me go for a move speed armor passive, try to get armor with Cold Snap for haste. Yeah, more move speed for that. Or, honestly, the smart thing here is just unequip Deathless. But I don't want to do that yet. We'll do that for the next run. I want to go in and see if I can do this with the setup that I came in with. This did really well against all the other raid bosses. It's just this one because specifically, the thing that's killing me here, chat, is Maker has attacks that bypass wards completely. And if you're wearing a Deathless, you only have 1 point of health. So if it hits you at all, I should equip this Sword Explosion. I could Live Wire, but that's the easy way out. I see. So chaotic. Oh no, she did the thing. Ah! I took that bunny to the face and it didn't damage me for some reason. I'll take it. What attack did you get? This one? Okay, that's manageable. Oh, shit. Shit. No, I jumped right into it. I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh, good try. Good try. Wonder how many crystals this would have been. Good try. I fell off at the edge. Cool. I couldn't see it, but I was going for that. Seeing actual boss mechanics, right? It gets intense if it lasts. I like when the game tells me no. Okay, so the thing I can do, quick solution to that, swap this Deathless for like fucking anything else. It'll give me the ability to take 2 hits. So let's figure out what my backup armor for this build's gonna be. It's for that fight specifically, so Contagion doesn't help me. I probably want Stabbo power for crit chance and Berserker power for enrage strength if I can manage that. Haste would be swing speed. Jake, no, you can't have desk. No. Let's look at my armors in my bank. I know I moved some to a mule. Deathless badge is like the good times. Should maybe consider taking that Banshee as well. Yeah, take that out. Alright, I have Delusions, no need for cape. Right. Although, Delusion ammo was running very low there. Okay, so ideally looking for some combination of Stabbo Burr. But I could budge on that. Like, exploit their weakness is good enough to boost. Spell melee increased by ability. I don't have much ability. Maybe Amalgam or Amnesia. Miasmic Mail also helps Alchemical Agent. Because status damage. Like, that's a play. This is a decent Amalgam. Maybe. Back from lunch, what I missed? Oh, we're just figuring out the gear swap we're gonna use for the Maker fight. This build does very well against the raid bosses, except the Maker is awkward because it's a Deathless build. So most of her attacks, and even the bunnies bouncing, bypass wards and go straight to your health. Now, they don't normally one-shot you, but if you have 1 HP, they do. So we eventually ran out of things to death save off of, and we lost the run to that. Oh, let me pay out the prediction, by the way. But you love to see it, chat. You love to see... I suppose 0 is less than 20k, so yeah, there we go. You love to see the game telling you no, as a builder at least. Melee crit chance, all damage, melee damage, fire rate, 2 exploit their weakness. That could be a candidate. Ooh, maybe a blast chill armor, honestly. Drop extra healing? I don't need healing. Also, you don't actually get much off of that with melee. Don't have much global, decent amount of boost speed, so Amnesia would be nice. Would require me to take a hit. And, I don't want to do that. Even if I can take a hit, running non-deathless, I don't want to. This paradigm isn't bad. 2 cold snap, movement speed, 1 icebreaker, converts spell to melee ability. I do have nimble fingers, boosting spell damage, so like, and it's got a spell damage passive on it. What's the potential? Maybe. You nibble your fingers? No. I have a bunch of armor mules, so there's way more I could go through, but I don't want to do that. Diamond gauntlets. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, let's try what I got there. This that'll be fine. I can try swapping to something else for Gloop, but I like what I've currently got. This Shark Lesson could go for something else. Because I like the bonus element for mobbing, but that's not what I currently need help with. That could be nice. Let's try that championship ring. Inventory simulator. Sorry, it's been covered. You excited for a new class? A new class is not tomorrow, Twist. New class is with DLC 4. DLC 3 is tomorrow. But yes, I'm excited for the new class. It'll probably be in like 5-6 weeks, something like that. Morning, DJ Ewok. How you doing? I was born a finger biter. I'll die a finger biter. Oh, it's tomorrow? Nope, they said pre-launch it'd be DLC 4, and then they said again yesterday it'd be DLC 4. Probably just people getting overexcited and jumping to conclusions. Oh, that's not Dreadwind. It's not Dreadwind at all. Maybe that's fine. Nah, but then my weapon enchant's wasted. Dropping everything in new class comes and grinding that out? Me too, probably. Can't wait for the new boss to not be hittable with anything. Please don't wish that evil. I just hope it's better than a Melda. That's my only... I suppose expectation is too strong of a word, but you get it. Only take spell damage. Ugh. It's depressing how many people I've seen say the class bad and know nothing about the kit. People always do that, Jaybridge. Until we see a skill tree, we can't make a fair judgment. And honestly, even seeing the skill tree isn't enough. Because remember, we looked at Clawbringer's skill tree, and we're like, And we looked at Stabomanager's skill tree, we were like, ooh. And then... doesn't always work out the way you think in practice. Does Melda have really that bad a hitbox? No problem with my Chuck build. Try with most of the action skills, try with most anything melee related, try with anything that requires you to be at close range, try with anything homing, try with anything chaining. Chucking is one of many, 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 many things in this game. Most things have some sort of jank where a meld is concerned. Try with Ghostblade. Yeah, Ghostblade refuses to hit her most of the time. For whatever reason, her hitbox is fucked of the variety that Dreadwind hits her easier than Ghostblade. Now, if that doesn't sound weird to you, it should. I've done a Meldy out, it'd be frowned upon if I just buffed Icer and Pixies. No, the fight sucks, Jay. Do what you gotta to get through it. Imelda sucks. Just genuinely frustrating. Imelda's problem is not her attacks, it's not her HP, it's not even her mechanics beyond teleporting being... spam random teleporting being frustrating. It's that she's so hard to interact with. Most player methods of dealing damage cannot touch her. And then much of the fight you physically cannot reach her. Those are the problems. Look at Spell Shot, thought it might be over 2 and then play Spell Shot 1. This is disgusting. Spell Shot kind of lived up to expectations. And people thought that Faithful Thralls on Greyborn would be very popular, and it turned out right as well. There were some predictions that were correct, like Berserker being ridiculous damage formula as well, also came to pass. But there are some things that, you know, defied expectations, like, I was skeptical of Clawbringer pre-launch, and I played Clawbringer, was like, oh, yeah, actually, better than it is on paper. And Stabomancer is nowhere near as good as it is on paper. He says as he plays Stabomancer, so if that doesn't give you an idea of classes being well balanced, I don't know what would. Turn off Chaos Speed level 4 and farm gear from the bunnies. Problem with that, Doc, what happens if you are doing a non-featured run and you luck into a Melda? You still gotta have a counter to her on you if you ever do a Melda. Because if you do a Melda 4, then there's 4 versions of a Melda that are in your Chaos Chamber pool. Out of the 18 bosses currently, that'll go up to 22 once we have all 4 forms of the third one. So, like, you have a 4 in 18 chance of getting a Melda in a random run. So 2 and 9. That is not a small chance. So it helps to be prepared. Is everyone having so much problems when I did her today? I was wondering. I'm assuming any other would be a lot harder. Yeah, lots of action skills just don't. Like, you can't hit her with Feral Surge. You can technically melee her with certain melee weapons, but she's got self-damage. She's got a damage aura around her much of the time. Ghostblade almost never hits her. Dire Sacrifice doesn't like to hit her. And that's all just Phase 2. Phase 1, most things just can't hit her. It's mostly just guns and spells. Storm Dragon's Judgment doesn't like to hit her. Livewire Marshmallow. I'm told that doesn't actually work on her, J-Bridge. Hence why I said chaining gets funky. Like, yeah, her hitbox is scuffed enough that Livewire doesn't work on it. You can Livewire from an ad to her, but not Marshmallow in Phase 1. Care how much people shit on Clawbringer, I love it. 99% of people shitting on Clawbringer now, after theory crafting has occurred, are doing it just the bandwagon. Clawbringer's a strong class. Straight up, it's a strong class. I think I tried out Fragmentarian once, didn't have much success either. Ugh. Still see people calling all the worst T5. That's something that you, if you look at on the surface and assume that it's like sneak attack, then yeah, but like Awe is a better crit damage skill than the other T5 crit damage skill, and it's a better crit chance skill than the class feat of the crit class. Also doesn't require any dead points to get to it. Unlike several other T5s. I wouldn't call it the best of the T5s, but it's good, and I wouldn't call it the worst. And it's attractive enough that you like armors with it for any Clawbringer multi-class. Hey Bazooka Dude, how you doing? Daisy, good to see you. Felicia, hope you're well. Doing well, glad to hear. You wish every Stabbo armor had Contagion. Yeah, if there's a quote-unquote worst class in this game, Clawbringer is not in the running. It's between Stabomancer and Spore Warden, and keep in mind, I've been playing mostly Stabomancer for like several weeks, and showing it's very viable. That's why this ranking thing's best-worst is a fucking crapshoot. It's not really relevant. But, if you were to, you know, gun to your head, have to rank classes in terms of strength in this game, Clawbringer is not near the bottom. Bottom would be Spore Warden. But. Disproportionate representation of PLC bosses and Chaos Term is unfortunate. I think the intent of that is to offset the fact that they will never be in featured stuff. Or at least not under current design philosophy. But yeah, it's been interesting that Chums and Imelda account for almost half the potential boss rolls alone. Now, I'm lucky or unlucky, depending on how you look at it, and I haven't gotten Chums in the chamber in quite a long time, but I get Imelda all the time. Constantly. And the worst fight in the game, being 4 times more likely than your average boss, is kind of stuff. Tier lists are a bottom tier evaluation method. True. Stop ranking classes individually. Use your ranking classes as class pairs. You can argue that way, but like, even class pairs, most of those are still very, very good. I just think we should stop ranking things at all. Judge on a situation, like, situational basis, you know? Like, if you want to do a spellcaster build, then, okay, there's going to be things that are more conducive to that than others, but that does not mean that that's better for, say, a melee build. So this whole thing of best, worst, entirely contextual. Meaning, if you were to generalize, it becomes worthless, because it's not actionable information. Is Illusion going to launch for damage only for applying soak? It's for applying soak. It does not do any meaningful amount of damage. Okay, let's try FTS, I'm curious here. Also, playstyle can play a factor? Absolutely. Human brains are optimized judging machines. Rating comes naturally. Whether any benefit derives from ratings is another debate. Even if it comes naturally, I would say to fight the urge. Even if it's instinctual, doesn't mean you have to do it. That's a neat little head start. I can actually optimize that a lot better. Cool. What? Maybe I stick with FTS. The end rankings are rarely based on math and more on opinions, making them inaccurate to boot. Yes. That as well. I trust the numbers more than I trust opinions. FTS with Executioner's Blade is amusing. I prefer not to run it for flavor reasons, but I'll allow myself. So, Quag, I trust your opinion, and I appreciate that. But I try to base my opinion on facts. And I would not even take my own opinion as a sole source. You could use it as a guideline, but I trust the numbers more. Okay, why does sometimes, like, my projectiles just lose the ability to interact with Gloop's attacks? It's so weird. Dude, White Rider can do it now. Ball the Invincible. Opinions are equally as important as concrete numbers. Opinions and numbers provide different information, and numbers are more reliable information when it comes to build crafting. Apologies for the word vomit. Hands are just typing for a brain fully read what I just typed. No, you're just into the conversation, Jenka. You did nothing wrong. Nothing to apologize for. Too many thoughts in my head. Overthinking is a powerful tool. Why do you think I'm so good at building? I think about weird shit too much. That's all it is. Oh yeah, I can just eat that. Cool. Safety net. Cool. Does it mean when the audio goes quiet and muffled? That's an audio effect from the shadows. While that action skill is active, the audio gets muted a little bit. Like how chill it is here? I like having you. Try to take as little as possible, it hurts. Don't sell yourself short. Oh, that dot. Look at that. Holy. That was sick. Maybe curious how much damage I'll actually take for looking at the light beam. I'll have to test it another time. Okay, let's try... I forgot to enchant that. That's awkward. I'll just run the snake stick anyway. See how that does. Alright, let's swap... The head of the snake could actually be good. You know what? Fuck it. I'm trying that. Would Barblow help me much here? Or can I just go with something else? Slip and stun. Let's do slip and stun. Alright. See how this goes. Forgot. I'm still gonna have 1 health. Because I don't have a heal. I don't have a source of healing. When I get up now, though, I should have health. Probably not a health gate, though. Oof. Yeah, not health gate. Awkward. Really? This is toxic. It's bullying. It's cast range or inflammation. Pretty decent. I don't have a number to it, but spell radius increases the range, I've been told. It's always interesting on how gear changes can make or break a build playstyle-wise, as well as tweaking the skill points. Yeah. Okay, I have health now. That makes a nice difference. She rolled a 1. I mean, alright. That's annoying. I didn't want that to happen, but okay. Circle back around to that, I guess. Go back to the other spec. Damage, she rolls a 1. She deals damage to herself. And that damage does go through your damage formula. So I had Exploit Their Weakness on there. I was Enraged, I think, which means it would get bonus elements. Basically, her self-damage went through my damage formula and did like 1/3 of her health. So. Hi, Kevin. You're a good boy. Yeah, so Maker is still slow in this build, even though it can do it. I'll have to theory craft some improvements for that. But I can go through, Bark and Bunny very easily. So the main rotation for this build going through runs will probably be to do those two for max efficiency. Let's keep rolling for that Mace Wardu. I want that. Pet cat again? Have a... I think about potential maker improvements. Honestly, son, I'm thinking of Shock Ludite with melee crossbolts. That makes the most sense to me. So we're doing this most stream and log meetings. Doing well, Dex. Doing well. We absolutely bully raid bosses with this build, and it's funny. How much build prep can you feasibly do? I want to have as many of my builds as prepared for as many possible situations as I can. So, like, my melee builds, I want them able to take out difficult bosses. And optimizing them for the existing bosses and raid bosses is a good way of covering possible situations that could crop up in incoming bosses. So, working on bossing is the main way you can build prep. And that's applicable to any build, really. Let me BRB actually, chat. I want to check on his water and also PP percent. So 1 second. BRB. Okay, be back. Hey, Mace Wardu. Hi, I'm supposed to still be rolling. I have no attention span. Yeah, Trick Mirror is some Chad shit. Okay, what if we put Quag Chad scrolling on the graph that Quag Graph is holding? Melee weapons, what are they? I'll Stab-O-Matic? I don't know what that is. Nope, never heard of it. This PP speedrun. Bathroom's like the next room over. So. I walk fast. Plus new class announcement. I'm excited. It being named Blight Caller also speaks to me. So I'll have lots of content to make with that. Lots of memes. Quag Caller, yeah. It's a graph of the chat levels. Polite Caller. Lots of content. Yes, Roddy, content. That reminds me. I want a con for this. Nice little Photoshop meant to do. Uh-oh. I'm intrigued. Look at this Chad. Every time I do, I get sad. The sawmill effect. Taking that from memes. Hey, great bow. Having a thought. Having a thought about a thing. Ah, yes, a better sawmill. Pain. You do it, think those thunks, it hurts though. Soul farming in your build prep list, you're just hoping bunnies to get it after week 1 completion. Soul farming wasn't in my prep list, but now that I think about it, maybe we spend tomorrow's stream before the update, maybe we soul farm. I don't know, we'll have to see. That would involve not playing this week's featured, and this week's featured is way too good. Also, it wouldn't be taking advantage of the crystal event, so like, So, like, what augments does Mace Warduke get? Let me check Loot Lemon real quick. Absorb, Adaptive, Adrenaline, Amp, Brimming Capacity, Fleet, Healthy, Nova, Reflect, Resistance, Trigger Happy, and Turtle. So... Adaptive? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Same stuff as Trick Mirror. Cool. Actually, I'd probably want Reflect. Reflect Adaptive. Reflect Adaptive. I'll pick that up so I remember that I'm farming for that. Honestly, wait till Thursday soul farm to avoid Mimic featured. Fair, yeah. Since your numbers ban, Cape of Tide, Soak, running Tidebreaker spell would increase chances of Soak? No. Tidebreaker always applies Soaked, and Cape of Tides has a 25% chance when you crit. Cape of Tides has an internal cooldown of 6 seconds as well, so it'll only trigger once every 6 seconds, even if you were to hit all crits and, you know, roll the chance. So, like, if you're Tidebreaker, if you can activate it more frequently than every 6 seconds, and you hit all the enemies you want to, it's better. If not, then Cape of Tides, especially if you want your spell slot for something else. In a single target bossing scenario, I would use neither. I would just switch to a Twisted Delusion, apply with that, and then switch to whatever weapon you're going to use. But never both. You don't ever need to run more than one source of Soaked at a time. It's just kind of wasteful. Put some stuff away. I've been holding on to these soot coughs. I'm not using them. I don't want to get rid of them, so I'll put them away. Not using that diamond guard either. I can go. Can't wait for tomorrow. You excited, brain farts? What are you looking forward to most? Said numbers, man. Thank you for the info. My pleasure. Content, hopefully Chaos Increase is going to stick with Chaotic Gear. I mean, Chaos Increase is just going to make your gear situation worse, brain farts. It's not going to change that. Like, if a Chaos Cap increase happens, then what happens is, we likely get another maximum tier, but that's only relevant on the highest Chaos tier. So, progressing towards that point, the chances of chaotic and volatile go down, the chances of primordial go up. So you have a net slight decrease in your chances of getting a chaos or a non-chaos tiered item. So like more chaos plus overall, but like more difficult enemies, so you'll be more pressured into having high chaos tiered items. Like, it's not gonna help that problem. If anything, it makes that specific problem worse. I think Lazy touched on a point I hope they address. As you go up into chaos levels, non-chaos tiered items stay about the same. Ideally in C35, base you could get is chaotic. Ideally, but yeah, the way it's currently structured, I think if we got a chaos tier increase of 15 levels based on rates they've used for previous tiers, I think that would work out to we still have like a 40% chance of getting non-chaos tiered items, with the other 60% distributed between the other tiers. So like still not exactly great. Be happy if they did increase chaos again. I don't mind it personally. From like a subjective standpoint, I would like to challenge some of my builds more without having to do all elite curses stuff. I like doing all elite curses stuff, and I'll continue to do that. But some of my builds, I'd like to push further. I'd like to put them to the test, you know? I'd like to see how Ghostblade does on a Chaos Climb, because I've never done that before. Chaos Climb with like a well-established build. But I don't think the majority of people and the majority of builds, even most of my own builds, are ready for it, so I'm very conflicted. I wouldn't be upset if it happened, but I wouldn't exactly advocate for it either, if that makes sense. It's just my opinion. Might have to do with the not being able to put the shiny glow on the drops, distinguish good drops from bad. Yeah, I'd like if the... I don't know. In a perfect world, they'd have different effects to distinguish the tiers, right? So you wouldn't hear the sound and be like, ooh, this might be the drop I'm farming for, then it's fucking chaotic. Like, but I don't have a solution for that either. It's easy to say, hey, there's a problem with this, but providing a solution is hard. So, I don't really weigh in on that much. Deathless with high thread count and ward capacity. Sure. Right now it's not a good idea because they increase gas cap, people will scream for buffs because nothing's viable and throw balance to the wind, scare back out to the Sims community. Here's the thing, son. They're going to do that anyway. Like, you can't plan around the people who are going to complain because guess what? They're just gonna move the goalposts anyway. You can't. You can't plan around them. You just can't. Remove them from the conversation. Who gives a fuck what they want? Advocate for game health, regardless of how the complainers are gonna receive it. I'm not saying a chaos cap increase would be healthy, but wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either. Strongly suspect people with that attitude no longer play and come back no matter what. Oh no, of course they're going to come back because there's going to be more people around to hear their complaints. They'll come back to complain and then leave again. Same logic behind people who come into like a chat and start whining about the game. Like, if it bothered them that much, they just wouldn't consume more content related to it. But it's about getting off on the ruffling of feathers via complaining. People hate on OP10. Just hope we never get to the chaos version of that. Hopefully, but hopefully. I doubt we'll get there. It's no spawn. How you doing? People are bored. Fucking increase the chaos tier. Like, I think it would give people who are not very good at setting goals for themselves. I would give them something to do. Like, a lot of people aren't shooting for goals right now. They're like, but I did everything. Like, well, have you done all elites, all curses, hardest curses, maker runs? On extended with your builds, and they'll be like, no. They'll be like, did you know you could do that? And they'll be like, no. Having clearly defined goals in the game is good for portions of the player base. Even if it's just chaos tier go up, it's something. Keeps people occupied. How do you know I was here? I was so stealthy. You were stealthy. Well done. I'll test the thing I was going to test on Gloop later. We'll just do Bunny and Bark this run. I enjoy dailies and weeklies. Try to do that in vault cards. Seem half big. I'd love to see that system come back in a more fleshed out manner. I'm once again asking for Godfall mechanics. Godfall has a great quest system. It's not locked to daily or weeklies. It's you complete enough quests and they provide different progression towards the ultimate reward for that set. Depending on how difficult the challenge was. When you choose your challenges, you can reroll it with currency to get different ones. And then it allows you to get your choice of 3 versions of an item. And with a quest-specific currency, you can choose to reroll that item into being 3 versions of any item you have in your inventory. So, like, let's say you have a really well-rolled ring, but it's got the effect you want, but not the stats you want. You could then go into that menu, be like, hey, I'm going to pay this cost to make my 3 choices for my reward once I get 8 quests done. I'm going to choose to make that this item that I'm farming for. That's a feature in Godfall, and it's fantastic for target farming items. Second slot's still bugged? No, they fixed it. They fixed it. In the Exalted update patch, they fixed it. So that was cool. All my problems with that game, I just had to wait long enough for them to fix them. Like, whether it was design things or bugs, I just waited and they got fixed. Great. Nice there, increase the frequency of the raids appearing. As it is, there's still people with no idea the raid boss in the game. Well, those people don't fucking pay attention. You consume content for this game, or like look at the walls when you play. You'll know they exist. But that said, increased frequency would be nice. They have heard feedback on that front. We didn't always get guaranteed raid bosses in the featured, and now we do. Every featured has guaranteed all 3 of them since the 2nd week of the game. Godfall streamers I should follow get exposed over to it. I don't think anyone really streams the game, Stump. Like, whenever I stream it, I'm like top of the directory with like 99% of the population there. Viper would know more. Viper is the most knowledgeable person in relation to Godfall stuff, I think, alive. He lives and breathes that game. He's even got his own little personal build document, and talks about it at length in the Godfall channel in the Discord. So, Mr. Viper, one of the moderators here, is like the Godfall guy. I don't know of any creators that have really made it their thing. Thank you, Kyler. I don't know how up to date that is, but yeah, there have been some pretty big changes to the game in recent months. You got a typo there, Dex? Isn't Viper's name in Discord the Godfall guy? Yes. Hi, Fan. How you doing? Good to see you. Ooh, Primordial White Rider with a 19 mag. But it's ×1. That's a shame. It's even got a crit part. This is really high damage, but it's ×1. I'll find a use for it. It's a Primordial. I may as well. Yeah, that reminds me, chat. Once this featured goes, it'll be a lot harder to farm Spellblades and White Riders. Also Deathless and Bloodbag. So if you want any of those items, go for them in the featured. And then in terms of the vendors, there's Trick Mirror, Marshmallow, and Peg Leg. That's a lot of items that are easier to get this week. So you got today and tomorrow until hotfix time tomorrow, or patch time tomorrow, I suppose, to go after those. I don't know the answer to that, Dex. It's been so many years since I've seen Cowboy Bebop, and I wasn't really hugely into it at the time. It's something I want to revisit now. Bullying Zen? It's toxic. I love bullying Bark like that. Like, absolutely styling on Bark is my fucking favorite thing. My knowledge of anime is not deep, but I know Bebop. Yeah, Bebop's one of those things everyone at least knows of. Look at how much my ward bar moves during this fucking storm. It's amazing. I promised Sen I'd get flashbang, so. Oh, we can eat that shit. We can eat it. Maybe can't take two with Bunny running into me at the same time. But we can eat it once. Just take all the flashbangs. Pretty much trivialized Bunny. It's, yeah, like, don't get caught twice is it. That's all. It just changes the fight to that. Don't get caught twice. And you can even get caught twice as long as you're in range to use the vampire help, honestly. Running a Harbinger amulet would also give you huge tank. Get Trust in Magic? I did. It's in the first room of the feature. But build still rolls everything without it. It's great. Yeah, so the only weaknesses of this build, the maker. That's it. Just the maker. And I'm sure Sen and I will figure that one out. Lovely. I want to try out Mace Wardu as well. That sounds fun. Mace Wardu with a Reflect part is my next big farm. Reflect Adaptive. Ooh, I wonder if it's the adaptive part for the Sandstorm, actually. Making that so crazy, because the ticks are like roughly in that time frame, right? And each time you adaptive triggers, you get max health. With Deathless, that becomes max wards. So does it just like... It might be the adaptive part, actually. So with a double adaptive roll, Trick Mirror, that's a thing you can get. Would it just, like, heal? Would it just be a net gain? It might be the adaptive part. That's, I should test that too. Definitely because of the health when it triggers. I saw my max wards changing. You know, we can test this. No, that doesn't... It's too much damage. I don't regen fast enough. I can't test there, but... Day I learned if true. The resistance is only when damaged. The health might always be on. I have to test that more. Just throwing out a theory. There's a lot of questions there. Probably have to go on with non-adaptive and test some stuff. But it's got my brain working. Somewhat. At any rate, adaptive is helping with the damage reduction in the Sandstorm, so... It would explain why the ward was regenning right after some picks. Right, because my regen rate is not that fast, nor is my delay. Even with the Deathless bonus to delay, it's a 4.1 before that, so... Someone usually just pops in with the answer. I love that guy. Yeah, he's great. Alright, yeah, get those points in for the challenge if you haven't. After this bunny haul, I'm going to end. Come on, check Quag's brain working. Sometimes, Synergy. Sometimes. How you doing? Also, I'm hungry, chat. Gotta make some lunch. Gotta go to work, have fun. Take it easy, Kittens Bomb. Pleasure to have you as always. I just gotta hope for a Maced Wardu here before we end. Ugh, I'm wiped. Productive stream, though. Making lunch right now? What do you have? Photoshop done? Oh. What is it? It's in spoilers? Alright. Nice. It is the Blight Caller concept art with Quag Chad's head on it. Yes. Spoilers for why? Because it uses concept art for the new class. In case anyone doesn't want to see what it looks like. Because it's content that has not been released yet. Scrambled eggs with salami. I've never had salami with eggs. Gotta go. Have safe and nice day, everyone. Take it easy, brain farts. Nice having you. Same to you. Headcanon, though. Hammer and Anvil. Bronco Buster with recharge. That's just funny. Warp warp. No Mace Wardu. I'll keep farming. What's this? This is a bad egg. Is that just hammer? Oh no, this is Bronco Buster. Okay. I saw a B, wasn't sure. All future DLC stuff go in spoiler channels so people can discover things other than wish. Yeah. Generally, up until something's released, we go spoilers, and then for a week afterwards, we do spoilers. Looking forward to streaming tomorrow. Me too, Brain Fart. It's gonna be a great day. So, that's gonna be it. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow is Steam release of the game, DLC3 release, new featured, patch, all that good stuff. So, let's see. Because we haven't done it a bit. Let's raid Glenny. He's playing some Dragon Quest. He started a playthrough of that a few days ago. So, let's go give him lots of love. Go ahead and spam Quag Chad. I will see you guys next time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And, Quag Chad. You know? Bye.
It's all a bit complicated.
Yeah, so I was reading that,
I
like,
told you I was taken off by monsters, didn't I?
uh,
They've been kidnapping people.
they
so
transferred her
can
to
steal
be
their
like,
magical